Number one in the chat, it's your boy, Simply Steve. You're tubing up in this motherfucker. Boy, coming in quick. Coming in quick. Stream's gonna start in about 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes. The whole truth and nothing but the motherfucking truth. All I know is how to speak the truth, unless I'm lying to a cop. Nate Slayer's in this motherfucker. Simply Steve, I couldn't agree more. My nutsack belongs on Steve Bannon's face. Just long enough for him to know, and then I'm going to remove them because then it gets weird, okay? I don't want people to think like I enjoy that. But, you know, you do what you got to do, man. If you got the tools for the job, you got to use them, you know? Nuts, your face, Mr. Steve, Mr. Bannon. Oh, look at the cute little piggy. Oh. Almost done, folks. Steve Bannon does need some nuts on his face. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it right now. Go ahead and ban me. Cancel my ass. Fucking cancel me. Okay, all right. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but teabagging originates from the old Halo era, and now we see the Donald Trump administration using Halo as propaganda, which is... There's two pieces of really bad Halo news. One, Trump is using Halo as propaganda for the White House and fascist dictatorship. But also, the guy who produced the super awesome Halo soundtrack is running for government. And yeah, he's a right-winger Trump supporter. You know, the fucking Halo music made by a fascist who can't wait to join the fascist regime. So that's really great. That's really great. Nice little piece of my childhood right down the fucking drain. Whatever. It's okay. It's not like I was there day one for Halo 2, right? It's not like I waited in line and fucking minute one had Halo 2 in my hand. No biggie. Go ahead, fucking use it for your fascist propaganda. Sure, I don't care. It's not like I'm attached to a video game series. That'd be fucking ridiculous. Anyway, big props to Vintage Esoterica presents The Haunted House of Songs 2025. Absolutely bone-chilling music. Love it. Make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks, to Vintage Esoterica. Trust me, if you're into this kind of, you're into this kind of shit, they got you covered. A lot of really good stuff. Mixes of music that exists and mixes of new music that sounds like old music. You can't go wrong. Make sure you're checking out Vintage Obscura. Folks, welcome to the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, a.k.a. the realest motherfucker on Twitch, and I haven't been here in a minute, but I'm back, baby. They can't get rid of me yet. Well, they can get rid of me pretty easily, though. One or two clicks, and I'm smoked. I'm smoked, son. I'm smoked like a delicious Trump ham. Trump ham. Tastes like chemicals. I don't know why, but it don't taste right. That's for sure. It's cheap though. The packaging looks expensive, but it's actually incredibly cheap. So make sure you get your Trump ham today. Where's my key light? There it is. It's been a while. I'm a little rusty. You have to excuse me. Show won't be as snappy and professional as it is normally, right? Might digress a few times, which I never do. Yeah, we're not going to start with this one, actually. We're going to start with the hurricane news. This is still playing. Was this a funeral? Kind of. Dearly departed, we've come to mourn the Constitution. Oh, the Constitution. Such a lovely document. Crafted by brilliant people who were sick of empire and sick of tyranny. Crafted by brave men whose lives were basically destroyed because they went against the empire. But they knew a better future was upon us for a couple years. And now we're right back to it, anointing a king. Well, it was nice while it lasted. R.I.P. to the Constitution. All right, let's get some motherfucking tunage up in this bitch. Give me a goddamn beat. Give me a motherfucking beat. DJ Akoza in this motherfucker. Doom Shop. Man, shut the fuck up and report on the news already. So no, this hurricane's nuts. It was Cat 5 right before it hit the shore. Thankfully, right before it got to Jamaica, downgraded to a Cat 4. But fucking Cat 5 is as big as it gets. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they have to bump that shit up to 6. You know, they're going to have to make a new category because climate change ain't slowing down. We got, conservative governments literally trying to make it illegal to acknowledge the reality of climate change. I don't know how many miles the eye of this storm is. Okay, but this is like this is like New York. Okay? This is a big fucking eye. Of course, eye is the calm part of the hurricane while the raging torrent circles around it. But as climate change gets worse, and what was interesting? As climate change gets worse, we're going to see superstorms. Things that are like, well, we got to have a Cat 6 here. The Cat 5 really doesn't describe the magnitude, right? One thing that I thought was refreshing, I was watching Sky News or BBC, those two. I'm Vorsh. What the fuck? I swear to God, I'm not trying to copy that, man. I swear to Jesus. Anyway, Something I saw on Sky News BBC that was rather refreshing. They're kind of cutting with the bullshit, and they're saying definitively, without any equivocation, this like climate change has made these things worse. And they even try to give like quantitative, you know, because American media, even liberal, independent American media, were like, well, certain things are climate change and other things might have just happened naturally without all this human intervention. It's hard to tell. You can't tell for certain. But Sky News and BBC, they're just like, nope, it's climate change. That's why these things are so bad. Okay. Which is interesting. I swear at Jesus every day. Good. Fuck that guy. So that motherfucker, he can resurrect, huh? He's got the, where the fuck is he? We need some Jesus right now. You know, talk about, you know, God having a problem with Sodom and Gomorrah. Whole fucking country, Sodom and Gomorrah. How many kids got to die and get raped by the fucking president of the United States before Jesus crawls his ass out of the cave? Huh? Oh, you get to do it once and that's it? Right. Right. Not buying it. J-Man, get your funky ass out of the fucking ground and start doing your job. Could you imagine what a legitimate Jesus would do? Right? Yeah, no, my plan is I'm going to walk around, go door to door to every single person on this planet and remind them what Christian values look like. I'm going to feed people. Anybody that walks up to me is sick, I'm going to touch them and heal them. I'm going to fucking puke out, you know, loaves of bread. Not that good. The bread's not good. Sourdough in San Francisco, way better. I've had Jesus bread. It's a little bland. Needs some salt. Okay? So where the fuck are you, J-Man? That's all I'm asking. Where the fuck is Jesus?
After slowly creeping towards Jamaica for several days, Melissa struck the island on Tuesday as a Category 5 hurricane, the strongest to hit the island since records began in 18...
So I shouldn't have talked shit before I've actually done any of this, because I heard it was a Cat 4 by the time it's hitting Cuba, so I guess it actually full-blown Cat 5 hit Jamaica. And now it's on its way to Cuba. Sorry. Fake information. My bad. Where the fuck you been? Why are you shaking with your right hand? Sorry. What? Shaking? I'm shaking? I'm a 40-year-old man now. So that's my excuse for literally everything. But no, just correction here. It looks like it did, full Cat 5 did hit Jamaica. You know, let's take a look and see what kind of damage a Cat 5 does.
51. Category 5 means...
Oh, and to answer your question, by the way, I DJ'd Halloween. Normally I stream it, but there was some technical issues. I wasn't able to get that going before the start of the party. And I put some pictures in the Discord, right? I always get DMCA'd anyway when I do it. So it's, you know, it's like, it always fucks me over when I do it anyway. Like, the shit'll be mute. I've had people come in, 0 viewers. They come in like, what the hell is even going on? I came here for news. So people don't even know what the hell's going on anyway. So, whatever. It was a great party, though. Should have been there. I invite everybody in my stream to the Halloween party in San Francisco. Not a single one of you motherfuckers showing up. Let me tell you, there was a gay guy. Well, I don't even know if he was gay, but there was this dude named Starchild who was a prostitute dressed in a full bikini, jumping and vibing to 80s hits. You missed that. That could have been you bumping and grinding to Starchild. He looked methed out. I'll say that. He was doing drugs in the bathroom as well. I went to go take a piss, and he comes out of the bathroom. He's like, "Oh, hey, do you need to use the bathroom?" I was like, "Nah, I'm good." Then he goes back in the bathroom. What you doing up in there, man? 15 minutes later, it comes back out, starts dancing really hard to the music. I have no idea why. But anyway, that was Starchild. You missed it. You missed it.
Sustained winds of at least 157 miles per hour. Melissa's were well above this threshold, measured at 185 miles per hour. It weakened as it passed over the island, but the infrastructure damage and flooding is thought to be widespread, with the government describing Jamaica as a disaster area.
Wow.
Jamaica's gone through what I can call one of its worst periods. Our infrastructure has been severely
I don't know what's going on with the mic, but that's my only comment about it.
compromise. St. Elizabeth is the breadbasket of the country, and that has
Big
taken a
ass
beating.
cane came through. Yeah,
The full
dude.
extent of the damage
Devastating.
and loss of life will become apparent in the coming hours. Hampering recovery efforts are widespread power outages across the island.
I feel like the mic was tuned for music and just handed over to him. It's got like effects and echo and bass and stuff.
The parish of St Elizabeth in the southeast is one of the worst hit areas. The coastal district is described as being underwater by
Jesus.
officials.
And remember, I don't know what the state of Jamaica is, but corruption is often a big factor in how these buildings are built and whether they can withstand this kind of weather.
Power lines leaning precariously over flooded, debris-filled streets, making access for responders difficult. Capital Kingston in the east of the island was spared the eye of the storm, but has still suffered significant damage.
The fact that we take a wide turn and go around, it benefit me. I'm really sorry for who it really touched, because they're my fellow Jamaicans and we are love. Trust me, it's not no joke.
Help
I absolutely love the way Jamaican people talk. Am I the only one that's like, they're so fucking cool? You know? They're so fucking cool over there, dude. They're the chillest country. I know that they got all kinds of problems and stuff, right? But I just love Jamaican folks, you know? They're so cool.
is on the way, with aid agencies and foreign governments on standby to
Yeah.
support this nation of
Toothbrushes,
almost 3 million people.
toothpaste.
We know that we will have a lot of commitment coming from overseas. We will have enough hands on board and a very well put together plan to ensure that when supplies are in country, that they are not backing up on the ports.
Melissa was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane as it made landfall in southeast Cuba on Wednesday morning. Still the strongest hurricane to hit this island since 2017, with sustained wind speeds of up to 120 miles per hour. Over 700,000 Cubans were evacuated, with local authorities declaring a state of alert in 6 eastern provinces.
You're looking at the sea as it is right now. We've had to move things from the house to higher ground. We're sheltering the animals to prevent them from drowning
Hell
in case the
yeah.
tide rises and the water comes in.
Help them chickies. The steel drums.
Cuba's president appeared on state TV to warn people of the damage to come.
Queremos una vez más insistir.
We want to stress again how big this event is and the need for people to understand the risk it poses because of its scale. These winds can destroy any facility that is not properly prepared. So we are once again asking everyone to use the time left
Nasty.
before
Look at that. That system covers the whole country. That is nuts.
the hurricane arrives to move to safe areas.
I think it's a military outfit. I don't think that's the president. Is that the president of Cuba? Oh shit, that is the president of Cuba. Boy, I've been out of touch. Miguel Diaz. Is this still the brother, or did they go to a different? Is this a different guy? I thought this was the brother. How come I don't see the name Castro here?
We are once again asking everyone to use the time left before the
Oh shit! Look, these are all lightning strikes. These are all lightning strikes.
hurricane
That is
arrives
nuts.
to move to safe areas to face this hurricane.
This hermit nation had already been experiencing a severe economic crisis,
Yeah, that outfit for that guy. What is that?
with widespread food shortages and
axis
regular
of evil.
power outages, worsened by US sanctions and a lack of foreign currency. Soldiers have been deployed to the regions
Extra for
affected,
stripes.
but recovery from this storm will be made all the more
There he
challenging
is.
without the kind of outside help Jamaica will receive. Neighboring Haiti is also experiencing
Yeah, so we, even though we occupy a part of Cuba and built a dungeon there that even Barack Obama promised to close and didn't do in 8 years. Abu Ghraib, I believe, one of those. Even though we do that to them, we also sanction them and reject them and make them suffer. It's so charming, right? They all drive those old cars. There's a reason why they drive those old fucking cars, because they're not allowed to import other vehicles, because there's like a fucking blockade that we've had on this country for decades. Bipartisan consensus to fuck over the Cuban people. Not a single politician, I think in my entire lifetime, has ever talked about, you know, like actually, I mean, you know, they'll mention things here and there, right? But actually do something different other than completely fucking this country over. Decades and decades of it. Why? Oh, because we don't like the government. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. And what it does is it shows the whole world who we really are, what the real plan is, global domination.
Seeing the peripheral effects of Melissa,
maybe just
with
to
heavy
keep the Red
rainfall
Scare
and flooding
going.
reported.
Nostalgia.
Authorities ordered the closure of schools and businesses on Wednesday. The UN says it will provide assistance in the coming days. The storm will now lose power as it crosses towards Bermuda and the Bahamas before heading off into the Atlantic. Scientists agree that while climate change is not expected to increase the number of hurricanes that strike each year, warmer ocean temperatures...
I was enjoying all the disaster footage, and then the guy had to go all woke. Oh, yeah, what are you going to tell me it's our fault? Oh, please.
will intensify those that do form, and a warmer atmosphere can hold more moisture, meaning storms can produce heavier rainfall and flooding. Sea level rises are also making coastal communities more vulnerable to storm surges.
Great B-roll too, because they show the perfect B-roll of, like, you know, buildings and things that have crumbled as the water gets higher.
Vulnerable to storm surges. The UN is again issuing warnings over climate change ahead of COP30 in Brazil.
Yeah, like, I'm not going to get it twisted. Like, there's actually some pretty bad problems in Jamaica. Definitely, I've come across them in my news adventures. With that said, Jamaican people are super cool. And, you know, I hope one day they can, you know, work their way out of it.
This month, only 64 countries have submitted new plans to cut carbon, despite being required to do so for the summit. Added together, these national pledges would fail to keep the world from warming by more than 1.5 degrees centigrade, a key threshold to very dangerous levels of climate change. While the UN does say progress in cutting carbon emissions over the next decade is being made, the projected fall is not enough to stop temperatures surging past this global target.
Yeah.
For people in the Caribbean, that could mean hurricanes more regularly as strong as Melissa, blighting the lives of residents and putting off visitors critical to their largely tourism-based economies.
And hey, props to Channel 4 here, because honestly, if you're going to report on climate disasters, it's your responsibility, journalistic responsibility, to remind people that there is a connection between the increase of these incidents being bigger than they would normally, right? Weird hair there. And climate change. So it really is your Pokrovska's falling. Oh, is this that Russian shill? Or are they talking about the Russians who are cut off?
The Ukrainian city of Pokrovsk is about to fall. I mean, it's essentially surrounded. Not by Russian soldiers, but with drones, making resupply and evacuation nearly impossible.
So they're talking about the fucking Russians that are stuck in that are surrounded in Pokrovsk. Hell yeah.
Now we're going to start today with a clip that just came out from the Ukrainian 25th Airborne Brigade, showing the unique challenges of trying to get...
Okay, yeah, I've seen this guy. He's cute. He's got his little son did a bluey picture. He's got it back here. That's adorable. The juxtaposition of all the military shit and the kid's picture has always interested me about this guy's backdrop.
In and out of Pokrovsk right now. Most of it's done on foot, 10, 15, 20 kilometers or more, under the constant threat of Russian drones. Let's go ahead and play this clip here. And had some soldiers from the 25th reach out and share this and say that they're in the process of fundraiser. I'm going to link that in the description below.
The land of fiber optic
to try
cable,
to get
100%.
These guys, this unit, more vehicles, as you can imagine.
Oh, shit. So this is the POV of a soldier, and you can hear them drones overhead.
And they're getting destroyed left and right, trying to get their soldiers in and out of position. So if interested and able, that fundraiser will be linked in the description below. These carts, I had a Ukrainian soldier recently mention that they're in high demand. So many of these operations to get supplies in, and more importantly, get the wounded out, are being done on carts. I mean, how else are you going to haul somebody 10, 15, 20 kilometers if they can't walk? Now, I'm going to blur some of this out because there is some a couple of graphic scenes showing a bit of gore. I will have the
So what we're listening to, I think, is field surgery.
source video linked in the description below if you want to watch it in its entirety.
Tourniquets being applied, bullets being removed. You know, picture it. You get it.
The original channels this came out of. But it bounces around a little bit. We see the
back
guys
to Israel.
moving into Pokrovsk.
Oh yeah, man. Fucking Snickers bar right there. Russians are so disgusting. They I don't know if Ukrainians are like this as well, but every Russian dugout is just garbage everywhere. They just throw their garbage around.
But it bounces around a little bit. We see the guys moving into Pokrovsk initially with some supplies. Saw that in the first part.
Anti-personal mine right underneath the fucking people cart that might have actually saved him.
Into Pokrovsk initially
But dude,
with some
that
supplies.
sucks. Anti-personal mine right under. Oh, there's no telling if shrapnel went through. I mean, you'll tell, like you'll figure it out, right? But that could have been really awesome and protected them, or this guy could be hurting even more now.
I saw that in the first cart. And then they've got a couple wounded they're pulling out. Looks like they ran over a landmine there, a little copper mine. And then we see them kind of cutting through rubble. They say this is after a guided bomb strike.
Wow.
And it buried a couple.
So they're trapped in a fucking building, man. These are Ukrainians, I assume.
Soldiers, and they had to move in there and kind of cut them out from beneath this rubble. And then again, evacuate on foot. The reason for this is there's a blown out vehicle.
Yeah, there's like if you're gonna foot, you're more likely to survive. If you're in a vehicle, you're going to get harassed with a drone in some of these locations on the front line.
These vehicles are so easily identified, so easy to see, so far out on the road that the safe place, if you will, for vehicles has been pushed further and further and further back. Especially around Pokrovsk. And this started...
That's why it's laughable when Donald Trump's talking about, I want steam engines, I want more aircraft carriers, I want all this. You don't want that, Donald. Look what happened to the Moskova, the fucking pride of the Russian military, or Navy, I mean. The pride of the Russian Navy. Sunk by a little boat filled with, like, consumer grade, like nothing special. It's not like, it was just a lot of it. Plastic explosive of some sort. Wasn't magic. It was just cheap robotic technology that makes warfare. It completely changes the face of warfare, where like it was a massive advantage to have something big that had huge ass guns and fucking, all the accoutrement and all this. That was a big advantage. Now it's a big advantage how small and lean you can be.
Months ago, for what it's worth. But it's gotten to the point where the last,
the
it was 5,
Navy
then
doctrine
10,
doesn't
then
have many
15,
bright
now
spots in
20
history.
plus kilometers has to be done like this, getting people to and from position. But you'll see at the very end here, they do
It's
actually
so funny you
load
bring up that
into a
movie. I was
vehicle
just
for the
talking about
last,
it a couple days ago.
Last little
Love
stretch
that movie.
back to the rear areas. But I
It's
wanted
not a
to play that
masterpiece,
video
but
because
it's
I
a
think
fun
it gives
movie.
a good idea of what we're going to see when we look into the situation at Pokrovsk and how it's playing out right now. So starting out, I'm going to go over to
okay. So was I incorrect? Is Ukraine is Russia finally getting it over the fucking finish line with Pokrovsk? This year-long endeavor to try and take this town. I mean, Ukraine has made Russia pay dearly to take this. One of many towns. Like, this is nowhere near like this is the staging area for the invasion of Kyiv. No, man, you got to do this like like a dozen more times before you get anywhere close to Kyiv. So if you imagine the amount of resources they've put into this, imagine how many more resources they're going to have to put into to get all the way to Kyiv. That is, if the Ukrainian military, of course, can keep up with their resistance. If Donald Trump were to cut them off and Europe weren't able to make up the difference, then we might see much quicker advancement from... I'm not seeing shit in Pokrovsk yet. Yeah, to Israel, they're not there yet.
State map to give you an idea of the areas we're going to be looking at today. Pokrovsk, again, not surrounded.
Yeah, to Israel.
In the traditional sense. There are still Russian forces to the northeast and to the west. They are no doubt trying to close this pincer. They have not.
Right, okay.
They might not They might not.
Okay, so he's looking at the map right here. Okay, so all right, interesting. So they're not there yet. He's just being clickbaity over here. I thought this shit was imminent. Pokrovska's falling. Motherfucker clickbaiting. You clickbaiter. All right, I have more Ukraine stuff we're going to get to, but let's talk about something fun here. Goddamn jewelry heist of the century, of our lifetimes, and maybe the previous lifetimes. I'm not talking about a smash and grab, you know, and some fucking earrings were stolen, you know, and grandma's earrings were stolen. I'm talking about absolutely priceless items from like the French 14th century or something. And I tell you, I'm split right down the middle. I'm split right down the middle on this shit. Because one side of me is like, those are items of incredible suffering and pain and tyranny, right? These are basically items that were the accumulation of all the unearned wealth and pomp and all this shit, you know, this of that royal era, right? They didn't earn it, they didn't deserve it. They caused immense suffering. They took people's freedoms away. You know what I mean? These royal monarchs, they stole all those resources from all these people, and then they make these incredibly elaborate jewels that they would wear and all this, right? And they'd walk around, look at me, I'm better than you. I'm literally like ordained by God. I'm literally holy, right? Look at all this fancy accoutrement. I deserve this. I earn this. So that's one side of me that's like, fuck this, melt that shit down, fuck that shit, right? Items of incredible pain and suffering and tyranny. But then the other side of me is like, well, the history, right? I would like to see these things with my own eyes, maybe. I don't know, whatever. I don't, you know, it's like I don't give that much of a shit about them. But there is a kind of tragedy, you know, like when the Taliban blew up those, you know, statues from like 1 billion years ago or something, right? I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean? Like when they blew it up because they were like, oh, that's against Muslimite, you know, shit, whatever, right? That's anti-Muslim, blow that shit up. And you're like, holy shit, man, come on. What are you, crazy? 3,000-year-old statues, you know, that's your priority. Fuck them up. So there is a tragedy to losing these kind of items. But I can't help but like think like, fuck the monarchies, fuck the empires of the past, you know, all the suffering, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know, how they choked people and they took advantage of people, raped and pillaged, basically. So fuck the monarchy, right? And fuck their crowns and fuck their jewels and fuck their whatever, right? Oh, it's so fucking, you know what I mean? Puh, I spit on it. I believe in democracy. I believe in individual freedoms. Inalienable human rights. These fucking bastards didn't believe in any of that. They thought every single human being was their toy to do with what they will, and that God had told them that they can do that. So that's where I'm at on this, right? One side of me is like, this is fucking hilarious, and they absolutely deserve it. Melt those fucking things down. Absolutely. Puh. And the other side is like, I don't know, it's kind of tragic. Things like from the 1400s, right? I don't know. Welcome back, Maddie. Good to see you. And that's where I stand on this. Let's watch.
The Louvre is more than just a museum. What was once a royal palace became a public treasure house that France prides itself.
And simply, Steve, that's what it should be. That's what it should be, but it's not. These objects are often like, oh, you know, make America great again, right? Like, oh, we should go back to those days. You know, oh, wasn't that great that ages of kings and queens, you know, it's like Bridgerton. Blah, 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 right? Well, you know, one thing that's really funny about that fucking show, I watch it with my wife, is like, where's the help? You know, where's the exclusively, you know, black and Asian and, you know, where's all the help? I guess, I don't know, one of those does actually, they show the back, but I don't know. It's like, it's so whitewashed. It's so fucking whitewashed. Because I would love to watch a period drama where they're like, you know, like kicking their help, you know, slapping them, making some shit up and getting somebody arrested and executed for no fucking reason other than their entertainment. I mean, that's who these fucking people really were. And that's how they treated people. They didn't, in some cases they were respectful, but in a lot of cases they're like, no, I'm rich, you're not, you're my thing to do with what I will. And they did. Anyway.
It represents the country's history and sits at the center of French culture and identity.
Like some people
That's why it was supposed to be untouchable.
Monsters.
The cultural and historical value of the Louvre turned it into an impregnable fortress guarded by scanners, cameras, and a small army of staff. It was believed to be the most secure place for any priceless piece of art. Yet on the quiet Sunday morning of October 19th, that illusion came crashing down. In a heist that lasted only 7 minutes, a crew slipped in through the second-floor window of the Galerie d'Apollon, like a scene from Ocean's 11, and emptied 2 cases of crown jewels.
Yeah.
By noon,
while people were there, there's footage of one person like hiding behind an exhibit while these guys are smashing the things. Like it's right in the middle of the day. Boom.
Streets were shut off. The French public was in shambles, and every screen in Paris carried the same headline.
A sprawling international manhunt underway this morning after thieves took priceless jewels from the Louvre Museum in Paris.
This wasn't just a robbery, it was a strike at France's history and its national pride.
Oh,
this is how the Louvre got hit.
Oh, the
in broad
monarchy.
daylight.
Oh, hey, Seneca. Yeah, no, well, it was embarrassing, but, it was fun. Hopefully I'll be getting my ass out there a whole lot more once I get back to America. January, February, I'll be moving, and we'll be heading over to America, and I'll be joining protests in California, and I hope to see some of you there with me.
For a long time, the Louvre has felt bulletproof, a palace-turned museum that seemed beyond risk. However, this is not the first heist
I've been to the Louvre, and it really is something else, no doubt about it. They've done such a good job of keeping it in the way where it really does feel like almost like you're walking through someone's house sometimes. Like there's some areas that are like, I don't know. It really is a unique building and place. I couldn't, it's very overwhelming. Yeah. Cause there's shit everywhere. But it's huge. It's so big, and then you read about how there's like 6 people living there or something, right?
Has known. In 1911,
with
Vincenzo
a massive
Perugia,
staff of like
an
40,
ordinary
50, 100
handyman,
people,
lifted the Mona Lisa off the wall, hid it, and turned it into a global obsession. After a 2-year-long search, the painting was found in Italy and restored to its place at the museum. Since then, security was rebuilt, and the Louvre has proven to have earned the status of an impregnable citadel. The masterpieces of art and national symbols it held were safely kept behind layers of protection. Cameras tucked along the walls, locked doors, and guard routes planned to the minute. The museum ran like a clock, with controlled entrances and a 24/7 operations center. Despite all of this, the unthinkable happened when everyone least expected it. The heist took place in the Galerie d'Apollon, a hall that houses what is left of the French crown jewels, necklaces, and ceremonial pieces tied to French nobility. The gallery was not remote. It is located in the inner circle of the museum, only 250 meters away from the Mona Lisa. In this zone, everything says safe. Crowds of tourists, thick glass panes, vibration sensors on the cases, motion alarms in the corners, and guards who study every move. The one place you'd swear no one...
This isn't AI, but this is way too... can we get a little critical, please? It's impenetrable. The cameras everywhere. Okay, can we get a little critical here?
Would dare to rob. And that's exactly why the hit felt more like a heist movie than a real incident. But here's the twist. This was not a sophisticated high-tech job with lasers and explosives. It was brilliantly simple.
No, Ocean 11, this is not. They just pulled up with some construction equipment. They had like hammers and shit, broke some glass, swiped it right out, and Bob's your uncle were, minutes later, they were like cruising along in the water. I think they left on a boat.
Lift, a window, a saw, and 7 ruthless minutes.
7
It was
minutes, the whole
clear that
operation.
the heist
Wow.
crew did their homework beforehand. They chose Sunday morning, the quietest hour of the week, when foot traffic is low and response times are longer. They came dressed like French workmen in their famous yellow jackets and rolled up an ordinary basket lift to the Seine-facing facade.
I love how well this works. You ever seen those like social media where they put a yellow vest on, they walk right into a concert, right? You carry a ladder. You know, if you carry like a ladder or a bunch of chairs or something, you know, with a yellow vest on, yeah, okay, come on through. I love this. This works so well.
Placement was chosen with meticulous care, near a construction zone, exactly where a lift wouldn't look out of place and just far enough from the main flow of guards. At roughly 9:30 a.m., 3 or 4 men went up the lift to an upper floor window and forced it open with a blowtorch and a small chainsaw. Once inside the Galerie d'Apollon, they didn't wander or hesitate. They beelined to 2 specific cases with their grinders in hand. The grinders roared to life, and in under 4 to 7 minutes, the reinforced glass turned.
I want to see some interviews with the folks that were there. Like they're showing like people just right there, and I think that's how it went down. It's like it was just literally they were right there. I need to hear something from them.
Specific cases with their grinders in hand. The grinders roared to life, and in under 4 to 7 minutes, the reinforced glass turned to dust under them. This is a real video shot by a tourist of one of the thieves.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the video. All right. Thank you for the clips. I appreciate it. Make sure you take me completely out of context. That's really when they're funniest.
Glass turned to dust under them. This is a real video shot by a tourist of one of the thieves while trying to get through to one of the jewels. The thieves managed to scoop 9 specific jewels, a tiara, a brooch, and a crown belonging to Empress Eugenie, wife of Napoleon III, and a bunch of other jewels.
That was literally just 20 minutes of the news, you know, of me clicking on the things that I've collected throughout the last week or so, including stuff that happened today. I've been covering news for, I don't know, maybe 5-6 years now. I don't know, for, you know, a little while now, and it's never been this bad. We are living in quote unquote interesting times. That, you know, we need to prepare for that. We need to be ready for that mentally and physically.
Similar in value.
Hey, Strategy,
Alarms
thank you so much for voting.
And
In New York,
protocols were followed.
We were just ready to go in to see the Mona Lisa when they swept us out of the gallery, swept us down the stairs by the Wing Victory. Then we were headed out the exit. We didn't realize the whole museum was being evacuated.
Security locked down the room, avoiding a physical fight with the robbers. They then started the evacuation of the museum immediately while waiting for the police. However, the delay between the breach and full response was all the thieves needed to get in, grab the jewels, and then retrace their steps out of the window. This is a real video filmed by a tourist of the thieves descending the lift.
He can't wait to get the hell out of there.
They escaped on the back of 2 waiting scooters. But not everything went according to plan. In their rush, a 19th century crown was dropped or discarded during their escape and later found by authorities in a nearby alley lying damaged on the ground.
Wow.
Inside the Louvre, police...
Just sitting there, just this priceless thing covered in stolen jewels and gems, just discarded in an alleyway like so much trash. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we need this. Maybe we need this. You know, this nostalgia we have for these empires, these monarchs. Maybe we need to rub some dirt on these paintings. You know what I mean? Not literally, but metaphorically. You know, because we have this image as kings and queens. Oh, so regal, so elegant. Maybe we should muddy this up a bit.
Sealed entrances and the museum closed for the day.
Song.
Forensics teams lifted prints from the lift's controls, pulled surveillance footage from interior corridors and exterior streets. To make sure not to be linked to the robbery, the thieves had rented out the lift truck 9 days prior. They placed the order under a fake name, and when the delivery guy came to deliver the lift truck, 2 masked guys showed up to the location. and hijacked the truck. They painted it and put up a fake license plate. The initial investigation conclusion was quickly shaped. Experienced professionals exploited a construction site adjacent to the museum as an access to perform a high-level smash and grab.
Yeah.
The thieves were last seen heading south on their scooters, likely aiming for the highway out of Paris altogether. The first part of their mission was successful, but what comes next is way more challenging.
And they succeeded.
With all of France on
By
their
the way.
tail, will they be able to melt the pieces and see their money? Or will all of it be for nothing? France woke up to more than a theft. It was a blow to national pride that caused a political outcry, with Macron calling the raid an attack on our history. National Rally leader Jordan Bardella said it was an intolerable humiliation, and Marine Le Pen of Front National called it a wound to the French soul. What's even worse, this is not the first French museum to be hit. Since September, 3 museums have been hit in Paris. The National Museum of Natural History, the Museum of President Jacques Chirac, and now the Louvre.
Wow.
The pressure on authorities is at an all-time high to put an end to this humiliating pattern
Le
and
Pen's gonna be a
appease the French
disaster.
public. Solving this heist is a race against the clock. Pieces this famous can't be sold intact, which pushes thieves towards breaking them up, melting them, and recutting their stones. That's why the first week following any museum
Or
heist
Scooby-Doo
is the
on that.
most important. If pieces are recovered during it, they are usually still intact and can be saved. But beyond the 1
too
week mark,
late.
pieces are typically already gone for good.
Oh, it's too
800
late.
million euros are on the line.
So they planned this very well with inside help for sure. What they could do.
I wouldn't be surprised if these sons of bitches were melted down in 48 hours or less.
3 ways to do it. They could break them all up, sell the gold, sell the diamond. You know, listen, there's a lot of diamonds. That's one way.
Because you're going to plan the heist. You're going to plan, okay, where are they going? Because you need a specialist to do this. So it's over. It's fucking over, dude.
Then they could also wait a while, and a lot of times the insurance companies
Some are speculating
will put out
that
a reward.
it might
no
be,
questions asked. If they, you know,
I heard a specialist, at the very least, a so-called specialist. Apparently, he was a person though that runs a company that specializes in recovering stolen art. He was being interviewed, and he said, "I mean, it's a possibility that some Bond villain, billionaire Bond villain, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, commissioned this to happen, but it's more likely that it was, a group of motivated thieves who, plan on melting it down, breaking it apart, his estimation that the thieves themselves would only get 30 to 40% of the actual sale, of course, because they want to get rid of it as quickly as possible, right?
it's a $5 million hit. They'll put out $1 million right now, and people do that. They actually wait.
Up to now, the thieves have left behind their scooters, the lift, and a yellow vest worn during the
I think that they took those particular items because they had the most value, right? Maybe they picked them because they had the most jewels. I mean, these things were encrusted.
heist. With only a few clues available, things are not looking good for the French. Can France catch the thieves and save the jewels before history gets melted down? A question only time can answer.
No, they're gone. They're fucking gone. GON. Here's the thing, though, guys. I actually do know who did it. Spitting Image over here, they're way ahead of the story. The cops don't know what the fuck's going on, but I actually do know who stole the gems and jewels. It was this cracked out bear.
Harry.
And I am the Pink Panther.
Goodness, Pads, what's going on?
Please call me Pink. Oui, mon brave. This week, in order to generate a fighting fund for my legal battle with Studio CNL, I went to the Louvre.
In the woods again?
How many times I'm not an animal? No, Harry, I went to Paris to become the world's greatest ever cat burglar.
You stole a cat?
No, you moron! Ice, bling, I'm talking diamonds.
You've gone French too. You really are going the extra distance.
To understand your enemy, you must become him, Harry.
Gosh.
Thank you all so much for the
Lobby.
support you have shown me in the comments. It is most moving, even though clearly you are all unhinged and lonely.
And possibly freaks.
Definitely freaks.
Okay, so I think he's talking about he's literally getting sued by the people who own Paddington Bear. Spitting Image is literally getting sued by the rights holders of Paddington Bear to end to demanding that Spitting Image stop making fun of their property like this, because they've made Paddington Bear into a drug addicted thief, and it's actually not that funny of a joke. But I think they kept it going for this very reason. I think they literally wanted them to sue them. Yeah. So the entire time they've been like dragged into court and stuff, they've been doing this, like just making fun of this company that owns Paddington Bear and shitting all over them. It's actually pretty fucking funny, because the joke isn't even that funny. If the company hadn't, it's very likely they would have replaced this stupid thing, because it's like a one-note joke. He's like addicted to drugs and he does drugs all day. So they probably would have gotten rid of this character, but they kept going with this stupid joke, and these stupid rights holders are like taking it all seriously. Oh, I love it. Spitting Image is amazing. So check this out. Woke Patriot had this great link. I don't know if Woke Patriot's in the chat yet. How could they do that to Paddington? No. The thing is that the family has to go for potential copyright claims. Yeah, they have to go to court. But no, anyway, your boy Woke Patriot with an absolute banger here. Here's Tommy Chong talking to this right-wing provocateur. He's a religious zealot. I think he's on the spectrum. I think something's fucking wrong with him. He's got some screw looses. I'm sorry, he's got loose screws. Wow. Talk much? But he's got some screws loose. But he's like a lol cow on the internet. He says, really ridiculous things to people. So anyway, he's interviewing Tommy Chong here, and this guy's sharp. He's 100. Tommy Chong is 100% plugged in and totally fucking sharp and funny and satirical. He's still got it. It's a damn shame that Hollywood throws these people away, because we got to have more Jimmy Fallon, right? And it's like, how could you do that to us when guys like Tommy Chong, could be writing movies and doing comedy? Anyway, you'll see what I'm talking about. The guy is like totally with it. It blew me away.
I love Trump because he's done things that no one else could do.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And you know what it is?
What's that?
You got Joe Biden elected.
See there?
No one else could have done that.
That's right.
Joe Biden couldn't do it.
You going to vote for him?
For Trump?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No.
I thought you loved him because of what he's done.
It's a joke.
Right.
Trump, if you couldn't get any more retarded if you tried. You know how he makes fun of retards? He doesn't have to do this.
So,
he just has to appear on stage, with his big hat and his people,
So at 86, you don't recognize the strength of Donald Trump?
I recognize the devil.
The what?
The devil.
Oh. Your boy Tommy Chong over here. Smoke a fucking fatty for your boy. Yeah, he's the devil. It's called a joke, actually. So you support Donald? It's called a joke, guy. Love it. Tommy fucking Chong over here. This, I think, was before Trump's second term. I think this was during the election. By the way, there's a massive measles outbreak happening in Canada and in the United States. Canada is just a couple days away. Could happen any moment now. Going to announce that measles are back. It's not, because they make an official declaration that, okay, they're like, measles have been eliminated in this country. So Canada is, any day now, we're gonna get this status reversed here in Canada. And the United States could be next, but here's the thing. RFK, Trump, they're going to let measles spread for weeks and weeks before they tell anybody, right? Just like what they tried to do with COVID. It's just a little bit. No, not that big a deal. It'll be I think Donald Trump said it'll be over in a week or something. So we should all be very, very afraid. This is really happening. You should be protecting yourself. Mask up. Wash your hands. If you're working with somebody who's visibly sick, leave. if you can. You know, some people are like, well, if I leave, I'm going to be fired. So I'm going to just, breathe in the measles. Of course, get vaccinated. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Please. Please don't protect yourself with proven science. Please don't. Listen to the kooks and their emotions. Their emotions are more powerful than the scientific method. So you should listen to them and not get vaccinated for diseases that can absolutely fucking kill you, by the way. You know, some people, they're fragile or the timing isn't right with they have complications with other things and they get the measles and then, there you go. Skibbity bebop, you're done. So go ahead, roll the fucking dice. RFK is going to roll the dice for you. You don't really got a choice. He's not going to tell anybody. I bet you 1 million people will get infected. And they didn't have to be, or they could have implemented precautions or whatever, right? No, we can't do any of that. We're just going to deny. So yeah, Canada is going to announce that measles are back. How long will it take the United States to admit that measles are back? Well, there's an outbreak that's been happening for weeks and weeks now. RFK hasn't said shit about it. So God help us all. We don't get data anymore. CDC's useless. Health departments are useless. They're over here recommending beef tallow and fucking all kinds of nonsense. So we can't trust any of our institutions. It's Russia, man. We're living in Russia. Oh, by the way, we're going to be doing ICE on Saturday. I have a ton of ICE stuff. I decided I'm going to just not do ICE until Saturday. Saturday, we're going to do a big ICE coverage stream. You're going to see lots of abuse. Don't worry. If you haven't heard, speaking of Canada, there was this advertisement I'm about to show you was ran in Ontario. This was a commercial that was ran in Canada, not in the United States. And it basically just, shows that Ronald Reagan disagreed with tariffs. Of course, Ronald Reagan was a neoliberal, free trade. It's like the whole world has been tipped upside down. Okay, because literally before 2016 or 2015, whenever he came down the escalator, Republicans were free markets, globalization, neoliberalism. And now with Trump, it's protectionism, but it's not real protectionism. It's crony capitalism. The whole thing has been flipped on its head. Anyway, Donald Trump got his fucking titties in a twist, saw this commercial that aired in Canada and has shut down, like a child, like an actual child, shut down trade negotiations with Canada and bumped the tariffs up 10% and said, we're not going to talk until after December. So here's the ad that he saw. By the way, this is he's Donald Trump doing the usual skibbity bebop on this one, talking about this is AI generated. It's all AI. Would you believe it's not? Direct quote from the man. He used to do these things called Morning in America every week or something. These things were like frightening propaganda, like dystopian style, because it'd play this music. Here, I'll show you. Let me show you an example. It'd play this fucking crystal ass, you just got to see it. So he'd do this weekly address. Oh no, so the Morning in America was the advertisement, but no, here, sorry. Reagan weekly Morning in America, something like that. He would do these things. He'd sit down and you would hear it on the radio. Here we go. Morning in America. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Surprised these are not all over YouTube. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Okay, so here's I think this is the actual video that the commercial pulls the quotes from.
My fellow Americans, Prime Minister Nakasone of Japan will be visiting me here at the White House next week.
And he would just go over stuff. And it's actually, I really wish, I think Obama did this once or twice, you know. I would prefer our presidents do this once a week, every single week, you know. That would be really something. But anyway, it was kind of weird. Depending on, I guess this one doesn't have the crystal music, but there's some that had like this weird crystal music behind it. Maybe that was the radio version. See if I can find this. Kind of weird stuff, but also kind of cool. Let's see, December. Does this one have the weird music?
Where and
no, okay. Maybe I hallucinated the weird music. Anyway, here's the ad that he got his titties in a twist about. Hey there, Vorsh, how you doing? You doing well? I'm doing well, yeah. You know, I'm not trying to copy that guy, but I mean, look at me.
Someone says, let's impose tariffs on foreign imports. It looks like they're doing the patriotic thing by protecting American products and jobs. And sometimes for a short while it works, but only for a short time. But over the long run, such trade barriers hurt every American worker.
He loved it.
And consumer.
Donald Trump literally said, like, Ronald Reagan loves tariffs. He loved tariffs. No, he didn't. He literally objectively didn't.
High tariffs inevitably lead to retaliation by foreign countries.
Yeah, creates a trade war.
And the triggering of fierce trade wars.
Yes.
Then the worst happens. Markets shrink and collapse, businesses and industries shut down, and millions of people lose their jobs. Throughout the world, there's a growing realization.
Welcome back.
That the way to prosperity for all nations
Trans Rights Nova,
is rejecting protectionist legislation and promoting fair and free competition.
Right.
America's job.
Now, of course, Republicans, Reagan and the Republican Party didn't actually believe in fair and free competition, yada, yada.
And growth are at stake.
Right. So that was the commercial that caused Donald Trump to pick up his toys and go home. Objective reality, of course, right? Anyway, moving on. Here we go. This was something interesting happening in Russia. Young Russians are getting a little lippy about Putin, getting a little lippy about the war. And the big thing that I want to stress is that this is exactly what Donald Trump is building. Absolutely not. I don't know how to say the rest of your name. Not PP, not my PP. Is that your name? Not my peephole? Not my peephole, maybe? I don't know. But this is exactly what you're going to see. This woman persecuted, arrested, harassed by the legal system. Why? Because she's like mildly disagrees. You know what I mean? Like, this is not like kill Putin and, you know, and down with the Russian government. She's not singing like that. She's not singing stuff like that. She's like, I disagree with the war, you know, and that's all it takes. And this is exactly what Donald Trump wants to build in the United States. If Donald Trump continues unimpeded, what we see on screen right here in Russia right now will be a reality, I would say, in 3 to 4 years of this current trajectory, where like you criticize Trump publicly, you criticize MAGA publicly, right-wing Republican publicly, right? You're a terrorist who's, you know, destroying America, et cetera, your ass gets dragged through the American legal system, kangaroo court style. This is exactly what Donald Trump wants. And he's going to get it if we don't fight and stop him in his tracks. This is going to be our future as leftists. You know, I call my show, The News Underground. I keep joking about it, but unironically, I'm going to have to go underground in 3 to 4 years in America if I want to have these opinions publicly, because this is what's going to happen to me.
Now to Russia, where opinion polls indicate that young people are the largest group supporting peace talks with Ukraine.
Well, they'll be happy to do that for you, Steve.
Musicians are choosing to show their opposition to the war through song. Some street performances have gone viral, but the young artists are...
And I got to say, this footage is fucking inspirational, right? Because we've talked about this before. If there's any entity that's going to pressure Putin into stopping, it's going to be either the economy or people, right? The actual Russian people standing up. And historically, it usually takes a lot to get a mass movement going in Russia. Historically, though, what happens is that if that mass movement does actually create a foundation, it tends to overthrow the government.
Risking fines and jail time for defying the Kremlin.
This footage of street performances in Russia's St. Petersburg has gone viral. Young musicians sing openly about Vladimir Putin and his state TV propagandists.
Right. So this is the seditious that let the old man tremble for his lake. I think he's talking about Putin's cabin on the lake. Get off the TV, Solyad. So maybe they're talking about this guy, but he's that propagandist. We've seen him many times on my show. Absolute piece of shit. I mean, it's hard to even find a comparison in the United States. Maybe Benny Johnson levels of shit stain. Yeah, no, Seneca, this is so inspirational, and she's going to pay for this. You're going to see. I mean, she knows exactly what she's going to get for doing this, and they don't disappoint, the Russian government. Fucking bastards. Let the swans dance instead. Fucking badass.
For these concerts, a Russian court jailed 18-year-old Diana Loginova, also known as Naoko, and 2 members of her band. They were accused of organizing an unauthorized rally. And right after Loginova served 13 days in detention, a new hearing, the new charges against her focus on the lyrics. The police say they discredit the Russian army.
And let's not get it twisted. Russian authorities, Russian military, they're not above sexual assault. They're not above torture. They're not above extreme isolation. They're not above work, working you, disappearing you, sending you to Siberia, etc., etc. So you need to understand something. This girl here, this young woman, has bigger nuts than every man in the chat combined, mine included. Okay, I couldn't do this, knowing what the hell's going to happen to me. The Russian government can do whatever the hell it wants to you. Straight up disappear your ass. Okay, so let me tell you something. Big sack, big fucking sack, frightening sack.
Lyrics. The police say they discredit the Russian army.
Right there.
In this song, written by an exiled Russian singer, Loginova addresses a Russian soldier.
Oh, wow. Look at that strong rebuke right there. I'm sorry, but I'll be on the other side, Russian soldier. This is why she gets dragged through the courts. This is coming to our country. This is exactly what Donald Trump wants to do to all of us.
Singing these lines cost Loginova 30,000 rubles, or 300 euros in fines.
Right, and all this, by the way, is intentional, right? The person sitting uncomfortably close, was she handcuffed directly to the guy? And we see Donald Trump do this already, by the way, with Luigi, and other people that he likes to parade around, but they always like the dangerous terrorist, maniac. They're gonna if I were to let them loose, they would start choking and killing people immediately. Got to put them in a fucking aquarium, right? You got to put them in a fucking Hannibal Lecter like cage, or else they're gonna get you. Right, it's all intentional performance, and it's interesting to see the United States Justice Department now just going fully along with this style of showmanship. I guess it's propaganda.
And there is a new trial ahead. Well into the 4th year of Russia's war on Ukraine, thousands of Russians have been convicted of discrediting the army. Street concerts by Loginova and her band Stop Time went viral after they began performing songs by artists.
So her band name is Stop Time. If you want to see if you can look her up and try to support her band name is Stop Time.
Labeled as foreign agents in Russia. The Kremlin gives that label to artists, influencers and journalists who criticize the authorities.
Coming to a
Many
country
have
near
been
you,
forced
man.
to flee Russia to avoid imprisonment.
Hey, I prefer them both, man. Pussy Riot kicks absolute ass, no doubt. But I mean, there's plenty of room in my heart for rebels and dissidents.
For their work, President Vladimir Putin insists that Russia doesn't miss such people.
I'll give you that. It's a better name.
Maybe it's better if they perform abroad to those whose interests they want to serve, rather than be here poisoning the minds of millions of our citizens and promoting so-called non-traditional values.
Right. So there you go. Any pushback against the regime, against what's happening, against these decisions, you're a foreign agent. You're spreading lies and indecency. This sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? I mean, it's like it's interesting to me because with Putin, there's a good chance that there's a part of him is aware that this is a character that he's putting on, that this is a play that he's an actor in. For Donald Trump, it all comes natural. He's just a totally natural tyrant. And all these impulses to do all these things to the media and to make dissent illegal, it just comes natural to him.
Young Russians have shown unprecedented support for Loganova and her band. Street musicians in cities across Russia have performed the songs of the designated foreign agents and shared videos with hashtags like Free Naoko and Music is Not a Crime. This young man, Yevgeny Mikhailov from Yekaterinburg, was arrested for such a performance, accused of discrediting the Russian army. Since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, the Kremlin has invested heavily in what it calls the patriotic education of young people.
Right, and another thing I want to point out here is all the people who participate, happily participating in the tyranny. The judges, the lawyers, the soldiers, all participating. Okay? All these people exist in the United States, and they're proud. Did I do a good job, Daddy? Did I do a good job? Okay? They exist. They will always exist. And we need this is why the founding fathers built the system that they built, because these people have always existed. These happy cogs in the machine against freedom.
Russian army.
Proud cogs.
Since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, the Kremlin has invested heavily in what it calls the patriotic education of young people. Russian authorities have launched patriotic classes in schools. For those who don't get the message, there are charges, prosecution, and jail. Recent polls show that young Russians are the largest group supporting peace talks with Ukraine.
Which is historically how it usually goes. Students, young people, usually the first group to push back. Russian Operation Overwhelm. Kyiv is burning. The thermal plant was completely destroyed. This may be the beginning of Russian Operation Overwhelm. So this was a couple days ago, 3 days ago. Not sure where we're at right now. It's also just a random comment from some random person on a random subreddit. Tendora X. I kind of like some of this stuff because they have some very interesting things to say, but I never see any sources. It's my problem with this subreddit. This meme has been going around. If you're on social media, you've been seeing this, but the Russian bots are going hard against your boy Mamdani, aka #TheTemplate. My whole family lives in New York City. I live in New York City, and I'm definitely leaving. If Mamdani wins, I'm leaving New York. Now, of course, are there some real assholes that are really saying that? Sure. But if you're wondering why there's this overwhelming amount of certain messages, especially on Twitter, where Elon Musk is all too happy to help the Russian government propagandize America, this is why. They do spend money and time manipulating social media. They do. And of course, they find progressive candidates like Mamdani to be a threat. Russia understands that Mamdani would give Ukraine everything that it needs, And Israel, of course, understands that Mamdani wouldn't treat them like the golden god country. Yeah, and it looks like Elon has kind of succeeded in turning Grok into a lie factory. It now apparently is gives false information with certain questions, right? If you ask a very specific questions about things, it gives you Elon Musk, the right-wing version of the narrative. And it does so confidently, presenting it as fact. Anyway, here's some footage. Looks like I'm not done with the Ukraine here. Not quite yet. This is my last one. Yeah, I kind of had my things mixed up here because I got a little measles thing here. Sorry about that. But here is a Russian column getting harassed and completely smoked with drones. This kind of thing is happening, I don't know, 5 to 10 times a day. I don't know. It depends. It really does. Maybe not 5 to 10 times a day. Sorry, but this is happening quite a bit all over the battlefield, all over the front lines. Russia still moving in with this Cold War era gear, and just getting completely annihilated. It's a kind of a common sight. Now, of course, it is happening to Ukraine as well, but the frequency. If Ukraine was suffering the kind of losses that Russia was suffering, this would have been over last year. Only because of Ukraine's ability to be deadly, to be efficient, to be smart on the battlefield. Have they been able to get the most out of the meager resources that they're receiving? Okay, once again, guys, the licensed music, okay, it's bad. Ruins the video. Don't do the licensed music, please. So these look like APCs. Maybe. Is that a tank? Oh, no. Okay, no, it's actually a tank with one of those anti-drone cages, which Ukraine has admitted that they're effective, and of course that's why they use them. With that said, oftentimes the ones that Russia builds are ludicrous and way too heavy and, shoddily put together. There's all kinds of holes. Ukraine seems to have more ability to create proper cope cages. Really, it's just common sense, though, because if it gives you a couple extra hits, from the drone, it just makes sense to have that up there. What's gonna happen? What the hell is it? Are they backing off? What the hell is even happening right now? Is it being hit? Let's be honest, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah. Well, the Russian strategy is broken. It really is. Well, the action's about to start, folks. Don't worry. I think they're trying to. I think they run into an ambush here coming up. Love that watermark. Put it right in the center, baby. Yeah, right over all the action. We love that. Make sure you subscribe to this asshole who ruined this video. Okay, there's the ambush. Right there. So I mean, see, like I said, right? I've seen the cages that Ukraine builds, and it's complete coverage. And they use light materials, fencing, chains. Okay, look at these goobers over here. What the hell even is this? Look at this slop job that they put over this. Holes everywhere. And of course, what does Ukraine do? Fly the fucking thing right in the hole. Right? You could have had some chains there. So it's just hastily put together, Russian doctrine, don't evolve, because the only way to keep on their own soldiers effectively under pressure. I mean, that's the strategy. You can't turn around. If you turn around, you'll get shot by your own dudes, which is nuts. Totally bananas. Oh, and if you don't do what we say, we'll sexually assault you. You know, I mean, it just goes on and on. Honestly, is there any other military that treats their soldiers like Russia does? I mean, outside of like third world, like warlords in Africa, maybe, you know, in an African country. You know what I mean? It's nihilistic to its absolute core. Okay, no. Okay, hold on. You gotta be careful there. Whoa, we're getting to, okay, whoa, all right. No one, you don't see none of that. All right, see with some tanks. I mean, it's just completely, okay, that was equipment, folks. That was definitely not a person. But I mean, it's just completely decimated. And it just happens over and over and over again. I think last month they went through 1,000 pieces of equipment. Anyway. So the measles outbreak is spreading beyond the center of Utah and Arizona. So I wouldn't be surprised if it, like literally across the entire United States. I wouldn't be surprised. Do you trust RFK to do something meaningful about this, or what is he gonna? Measles is just a state of mind. You're a woke liberal pussy if you get the measles. I eat beef tallow so I don't get the measles. Fucker dies right there on screen. His head just falls off. It just literally just rolls off his body. The rot is so bad, he completely dissolves. So welcome to the fucking party, pal, is what I got to say about this clip. And I love to see this. But if you've been watching the show for more than a minute, if you're one of those true OGs that's been around for a couple years, you know I've been harping on we need to primary every single corporate Democrat. And the ones that we don't take out will get the message and fall in line and magically become progressive. Right? If we start going after them and shaming them about taking AIPAC money, if we start going after them and shaming them about taking corporate money, benefiting big business over small and medium business, benefiting, corporate health care over public health care, etc., etc. Who's been talking about it more than me? I mean, honestly, I can't go a stream without, completely flipping out about how much I hate the neoliberals, right? If you've been watching the stream for a little while, you know that's the shit I've been harping on. So here we go. People with degrees and careers and a future and like hope and shit, they are now finally catching up to what I've been saying. So here's an example. Your boy Mehdi Hassan over it, of course, but the person he's interviewing, I think he's a young politician or something like that.
Commenting on Hakeem Jeffries from a distance. If you are elected to Congress,
right. So he's running for Congress here, and I love to see it because this is the rhetoric. This is how we win. And let me tell you, we don't have to take out every single one of them. These careerists will sniff the fucking wins and fall in line, and eventually we can replace them. But they'll fall in line, okay? They'll bend the knee. They're absolutely shameless individuals. Make you sick the way that they fucking grovel, for money.
So you're not just a pundit commenting on Hakeem Jeffries from a distance. If you are elected to Congress, you will be a member of his caucus?
Yes, I will, but I won't be voting for him for leader. And
well, you beat me to my question. So he goes up for speaker, you'll say no?
No, I think he's failed as leader for the Democratic Party.
As a freshman who comes into a House Democratic majority, you will say, I'm not backing Hakeem Jeffries.
Not only am I not backing Hakeem Jeffries, I'm talking about, I'm going to be calling for people to primary all the Democrats who have completely failed this party.
You think Hakeem Jeffries should be primaried?
Yes, absolutely. I'm saying that to the camera. Hakeem Jeffries should be primaried. If there's someone out there who can primary him, please do it.
There is a young city councilman who's doing very well at the moment called Chiose, who is being asked to run against him. Let's see what he does
It feels so good to be
so
right.
You've been very strong on that. Okay, let me ask you this. That's Hakeem Jeffries. What about Chuck Schumer? Should your old boss AOC run against Chuck Schumer in a primary, or should she run for president in a primary? Or should she do both?
Maybe. Oh, but could you do both? I mean, I'm not going to pretend to tell her what she should do. She should do what she wants to do. But Chuck Schumer should absolutely be primaried as well.
So not necessarily about AOC, but he should be primaried.
Yes.
Look at that.
So you're not
look
just
at
a
that guy.
pundit.
Look at this guy. He's got like a degree. He's got like a nice suit on. Nice looking fella. Nice looking nice fella. Not like me. Okay. And he agrees with me. Feels good. It feels good, folks. This is the future of the left, of the Democratic Party. This is what they fear the most. Nancy Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, and the rest. This is what they actually, their primary priority is fighting against this. Not against the Republicans, not against fascism, but against challenges from the left, from real progressives. Their entire strategy depends on people assuming they represent progressive left values. Without that, they are nothing. So when an actual progressive who has actual leftist values that doesn't walk the tightrope as well as Bernie Sanders does, they see as a massive threat that needs to be destroyed. God, face to see how long before I got banned. Okay, that's funny. It's a non sequitur, but that's funny. Here's Elon Musk twisting Lord of the Rings to defend Tommy Robinson. You know, we see this quite a bit with these racists and these techno fucking weirdos. Palantir is, of course, something from Lord of the Rings. You know, we can't stop them from doing this. All we can do is shame them and boo them. So I encourage you to put your boos in the chat for this piece of shit using the genius Tolkien, who was anti-racist to his fucking core, super duper progressive Tolkien, twisting whatever, doing what, I'm not even gonna read his fucking words. I ain't reading his fucking words. To defend Tommy Robinson, a fucking racist bigot who wants to destroy England. Make sure you put your boos in the chat for this pile of shit. On to the next pile of shit. Here's the president once again saying, "Oh, I'm just gonna declare an insurrection." Thank you, Beery. I'm just gonna declare an insurrection and then I get to do whatever I want. And I love how he's like threatening. If you don't capitulate and let me run all over democracy, I'm just gonna subvert it. I'm gonna use they call it the Konami code. I'm gonna up and down, and I'm gonna left right, and I'm gonna BA start. All right, and then you don't get any rights. I'm gonna Konami code your ass. That's what he thinks. It's a fucking magic trick. If I want to enact a certain act, I'll enact it. I'll enact a certain act. I'll pretend there's an insurrection and take your rights away. I'd be allowed to do whatever I want. The courts wouldn't get involved. Nobody would. I could send Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, anybody I want. Okay, do it. Do it, puss. Do it, bitch. Do it, because I mean, let's do it. Let's see it. Test the loyalty. Test the loyalty of these institutions. Send the Navy in on San Francisco. Do it. Do it. Stop threatening, you punk ass bitch, and do it. Because we need to. We need to stress test it. Let's stress test the loyalty, huh? Is this Trump's Navy or is this America's Navy? Are these Trump's Marines or American Marines? Your Marines going to shoot Americans? Is that what you're going to do? Ask him, Trump. Do it. I'm not going to stop him. I can't stop him. I can't stop the military. Democrats ain't going to stop him. Welcome back, Camel Tony. Funny name. Trailhead, good to see you, as always. But no, I mean, you know, because he's like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to send the army after. I'm going to make liberalism illegal. Go ahead. I mean, because it's either going to be coming from him or from J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is going to do it too. People are going to be shocked. I keep hearing people dropping their guard out in San Francisco about J.D. Vance, talking about he's not charismatic. Like that fucking matters. Here's a compilation of ICE using technology that I actually had to interact with to get on an airplane to go to San Francisco recently for the Halloween party. You know how they used to, like, you know, check your papers and shit? They just have you sit you in front of a webcam and it goes bleep bloop. You're legit, you're not legit. So now it's all Palantir fucking technology. So they can do that. They got the same shit right on their phone. They scan your face, you know, while they wear masks. Just, you know, irony is dead. Is there any point in even pointing it out? Irony is fucking dead. But wear a mask, folks. If you are concerned, if you plan on being, if you plan on participating in activism beyond just, donating and showing up at a protest, like if you want to like be an organizer, you want to be at protests regularly, you want to show up, you want to really, really get involved, you should be protecting yourself 100%. And of course, a good way to do that right now is with a surgical mask instead of a ice mask. Instead of a balaclava, you can go surgical mask, and you'll get a little bit more of a pass with that. But this fascist government intends to fully take advantage of all the technology available to it to destroy our rights and freedoms. Yes, not yes. He's the smart fascist who will reverse all of Donald Trump's ridiculous economic policies, but keep everything else. Keep the dictatorship, keep the police state, keep the attacks against education, keep the austerity on social programs, keep liberalism illegal, the censorship campaign. So I knew we were going to be talking about Palantir, and I wanted to show you, look, we need to tax these people. We need to regulate these people. This person here, what's his nuts, Jensen or something? He's the owner of NVIDIA. He's currently has more money than God. His company's worth more than it's ever been, of course, because of AI. Yeah, gamers aren't doing this. This is strict. I love how everything's still green, like gamer. It's like gamified still. They have like, this has nothing to do with gamers anymore. But we need, if left unchecked, left unregulated, and yes, they'll scream and howl that it's the end of the world. They'll literally say that, like it's the end of society. That's what they'll threaten if Zoran Mamdani's continue to win. If the left continues to push back and we continue to insist on taxation and regulation of these industries, they will literally say, Mr. Wonderful will get on TV and unironically say it's the apocalypse. Okay? But we need to do this because they will kill us all. So here's the biggest company, and here's an example. Here's the biggest company right now, kind of in the world, working with basically Big Brother. This is the software that underpins Big Brother. This is the software that those ICE agents were using. This is the software that's going to be used to arrest you erroneously. Oh, you had a traffic ticket 6 years ago, but you were arrested at a protest. Well, there you go. You're a terrorist with a known criminal record. This is the technology that is going to be, that is currently destroying people's lives, and just, you know, this will soon be the Eye of Sauron that is used to subjugate America. And here's the largest company in the world proudly working with the Eye of Sauron. Big fucking brother himself. Fully connected to Israel, by the way. Person who owns it, totally interested in giving our democracy over to Israel. But we got systems of action, products and SDKs, automation, analytics and workflow, data, models. And this is great. No, they actually show like houses and warehouses, right, in here. Oh, it's just going to make your life easier and better and everything's great. This shit is going to ruin America. This is the check your papers please robot. This is it's going to make sure rent stays high. It's going to make sure insurance rates are insane. It's going to make sure healthcare costs are through the roof. Palantir, I swear to God, it's the software that underpins America's suffering. Palantir, in this new AI age. And look at this shit, just like
information. They take data, they take human judgment, and they turn it into business insight.
We made these new high-tech collars. Woo! We're gonna enslave everybody. Woo! I'm gonna make so much fucking money enslaving you, sons of bitches. Gonna buy human slaves. That's what I'm gonna do. Human slaves for me. You have no idea, man. You have no idea how bad this is. That's we have to ignore their cries and lamentations, the rich, and we need to regulate them and tax them. They are uncontrollable, sociopathic maniacs. And yes, they will kill us. Oh, no, 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 no. Yes, they will. Here's another article. I don't think, is this Barry Weiss's free press, or is that a different thing? I sure hope not. This is a different thing. This isn't Barry Weiss's thing, right? Anyway. Media and tech billionaires helped elect Trump, and now they're ready to serve. So once again, just reinforcing what I'm saying here. If you want to read it, it's right here. But this goes into how they're controlling the narrative, they're controlling media, buying up media, steering the zeitgeist. We talk about sane washing of Trump. We talk about how come the media treated Joe Biden so differently from Donald Trump. It's because of these motherfuckers right here. I love you, Jeff. Please don't kick me off Twitch. You know I love you. But you are destroying America. You don't. Please, I'm sorry to say that. I don't mean look. It's awkward. I've made things awkward. You asked me about my wife. I asked you about your plastic wife. You know, we were getting along, and then I bring this up, and I brought the whole room down. I'm sorry, but it's true. You are a dangerous sociopathic oligarch, and you are supporting a fascist dictatorship that wants to enslave me and make me illegal. You support that, Jeff. Okay, you want me to leave now? Okay, that's fine. I don't know what your valet did with my car. Is it 3 levels deep in your complex? I don't know. How do I get out of here? It's like the back rooms in here. Oh, it is the back rooms. Jeff Bezos bought the back rooms. Great. Now I'm trapped in the fucking back rooms. Thank you, Jeff Bezos. Now I'm stuck in the Bezos back rooms, and I can't get out. Someone please help me. It was the plastic wife comment. That's what it was. So your boy, Sexy McSexerson, who's just 100% pure sex, David Bautista, who's a very sexy man, he's got something to say about Donald Trump. And I need to emphasize, he is sexy. Please proceed.
Fellas.
Right. Arnold Schwarzenegger, not sexy. Please don't clip that. He is not sexy. Arnold is not sexy. Dave Bautista, sexy. Also an action hero. And also sexy. He was in the Disney movie. He was that guy. He's funny.
We gotta talk. A lot of men seem to think that Donald Trump is some kind of tough guy.
Oh, he's so tough.
He's not.
Bitch.
I mean, look at him. He wears more makeup than Dolly Parton.
Oh!
He whines like a baby. The guy's afraid of birds.
Oh!
Donald Trump had his daddy pay a doctor to say his Will feet hurt so he could dodge the draft.
Oh!
Look at that gut. Like a garbage bag full of buttermilk. Oh! He sells imaginary baseball cards pretending to be a cowboy fireman. Guy's barely strong enough to hold an umbrella. I mean, look how he drinks water.
It's so true. It's so true, man. He did. It's so true.
Like a little pink chickadee. He's got jugs. Big ones. Like Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton. He keeps bringing up Dolly Parton. That's great.
Cheetah golf. He creeps around beauty pageant dressing rooms.
All true.
You know that little dance he does? He looks like he's jacking off a pair of giraffes. He's moody, he pouts, he throws tantrums.
No, get those lights off!
He acts like a 5-year-old behind the wheel of a truck. He bends over for Putin. He's cattier on social media than a middle school mean girl.
It's fucking rude.
The guy needs help walking downhill. Almost there, Grandma. So this November, let's stop kidding ourselves.
Oh, shit. This is Kimmel? This is Kimmel? All right. All right. More of this, please. Hell yeah, dude. This is how Kimmel responds to him being fired early. Hell yeah. Yeah, man.
Donald Trump is afraid of rain, of dogs, of windmills, Merle Street.
It's true.
And being laughed at.
Isn't it past your jail time?
Mostly, he's terrified that real red-blooded American men will find out that he's a weak, tubby toddler.
Mommy, take me home. Mommy, I want to go home.
What's wrong, tough guy? Did someone grab you by the Boy, you bitch.
Whoa! Whoa! Okay, I'm kind of down. I don't know, man. Kimmel's making me a believer, dude. Holy shit. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Oh my God, dude. Yes. That was great. If you want to see that, you want to spread that around, because that needs to be spread around. Every single thing said in that, stone cold fact. Stone cold fact. That was great. More of that, please. Oh yeah, you know that ceasefire, guys, right? Oh, you believed it, right? Right, I believed it. Oh yeah, no, the Time magazine. They haven't even put out the issue yet. They've just sampled the cover. His triumph. Israel has violated the ceasefire every single day since it was signed. Every single day. Folks, fell for it again awards. Look, the folks that were cynical about this, they're not Nostradamus. They're not Professor X, okay? Well, he couldn't read the future. Never mind. Maybe he could. I don't know. It depends on the issue you're reading. Anyway, the reason why we all were extremely skeptical is that, straight up, I don't think there's a single agreement that Israel has ever been truthful and honest about and ever, kept to the terms of. I don't think there's a single agreement they ever did that with. The pattern, every single time, literally, the pattern is sign the agreement. The news is like, oh, we did it. Then looks away. Right? Oh, we can finally cover something else. And then it's right back to it. Literally the next day. Literally right back to it. So now Israel has made it official, publicly declaring Bibi Netanyahu publicly telling his military to strike Gaza, killed 91 Palestinians in a building. Who knows how? God knows how many children. And this is one of the most horrific ways to die, okay? If the missile doesn't get you, the fucking building does. And God help you when the building doesn't. And you're trapped, crushed, guts exploded out of you, begging for death, soaked and drowning in the fucking blood of your family as they too were crushed. Just casually does it. And the media eager to play this, theater, this facade of peace, eager to perpetuate this lie, is going to downplay and ignore, probably just won't even talk about it. Ooh, maybe they're violating the ceasefire. Maybe they're violating the ceasefire. Yeah, maybe. All of this is, what is the purpose of all of this? It's to buy time, to take more, to encroach on the West Bank, solidify and take the Gaza Strip. That's what all this is about. By the way, Israel happy to empty northern Gaza of Palestinians once again. I think they've done it twice now. Let the Palestinians come back, murder and slaughter them, forcing them further south. You could set your watch to this shit. Israel is really that transparent. Okay. Horror. Casual horror. If I was going to do a documentary about Israel and Gaza Strip, maybe that's what I'd call it. Casual horror. Here's some stats. I got more Gaza shit. I'm all scrambles today. I apologize. We're bouncing around today. Maybe that's a good thing, though, because when I do like a solid hour and a half on Gaza, I want to fucking Roblox myself too, right? If I had any power in this world, I swear to God I would do something. I would use that power to do something for those people over there. I can't stress how horrible it is to die in a crushed building. To do that to a child is unforgivable. Moving on from that topic over to the next one here. There's been, the economic crisis that's soon to hit us, possibly even before December, because it's very rare when an economic crisis actually hits around December, because there's always this artificial bump. People spend more, right? Stores are hiring temporarily. 100%. Cooch Boofer. You guys are disgusting fucking gooners over here. What the hell? You goonin' over here, Cooch Boofer. Okay, anyway. Yeah, free Palestine and booch those coochies. Okay. Now I'm gonna get canceled. But no, there's an economic crisis that's about to hit. And like I said, normally we might even see it happen like next month or December. You don't know what a coochie is? Type it into Google. You might be surprised. Yeah, just here are some of the numbers, the most recent layoffs that we've seen from various companies. You've probably heard Amazon most recently. But it's not the only company. And of course, they're saying it's AI related. Some are saying that. Type it into Google. I didn't mean it's sexual like weed smoking. Bro, your name is Cooch Boofer. That sounds like you like boofing coochies. You don't even know what your name is, man. That's how fucking scrambled you are, dude. You're all like, you made your name, I like to eat pussy. And you're like, nah, not really, though. Bro, are you for real? You gonna name yourself I Eat Pussy, but then you're not gonna take pride in your pussy eating prowess? That's fucking disgraceful. That's disgraceful. Can you believe this motherfucker? Wouldn't that be Kush? Is delusional? How dare you? How dare you call me delusional? There is no evidence of that whatsoever. There's zero evidence. Yeah, whatever, pussy eater. But no, the layoffs are real. Look at the list. We got Intel 24,000, Nestle 1,600, and like this isn't just AI. This isn't just AI. I think this is, and this isn't AI. They're also saying, oh, it's COVID, overhiring in COVID. No, those layoffs have already happened. Those layoffs have already happened. The post-COVID overhiring spree that every company apparently participated in the world, apparently. Those people have already been laid off. I think this is in anticipation of an economic downturn. I think these guys know something we don't. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, by the way. It doesn't stop with these companies. Layoffs will continue. By the way, all their stock prices skyrocket when this happens, by the way. Your name is literally Pussy, Camel Tony. Your name is literally... You Zoomers don't even know the double entendre. You don't even know the double entendres that you... Okay, whatever, man. With the AI bubble about to pop. I mean, yeah, I mean, that's... I don't know. You know, it could happen any moment. Some 6-7. Welcome back, Woke Patriots. 6-7, indeed. It could... The AI crash could happen tomorrow. It could happen in 3 years. I've heard speculation from so-called, specialists in this field predict, 3-4 years from now, a couple months from now. But there's no doubt that the overvaluation of AI really, LMMs or whatever, LLMs, that will pop. That will pop, no doubt about it. Look what he's doing to us. Look what he's doing to us. So this is an official tweet. He put this out.
Bitch. I'm gonna come.
And and then I also learned something else. I said this at the beginning. I'll just repeat it now that there's more people here. But the composer for the Halo OST, that amazing Halo soundtrack, the chanting and stuff. He's a Trumper, and he's running for Congress or something. And he's like, I love Trump. He put out a tweet. He's like, I'm running for, I'm so happy that Donald Trump did this tweet. By the way, I wrote the music for Halo. I love Trump. Vote for me. Some kind of tweet, something like that. Hey, the AI totally fucked up the sword, by the way. What's this little thing behind it? What's this handle? That's not on there.
Obama.
It's just depressing. I just have nothing else to say about it. I just really don't. It's just so fucking depressing. I just hate it. I hate these people. I hate this. I hate them. I hate them. I got no other words for them. I just vile and bile. That's all I have for these people in this movement. GOP-led oversight committee says Biden pardons signed by AutoPen are quote-unquote void in final report. So, you know, of course, this committee made up of partisan pro-Trump Republicans has found that Donald Trump's assertion that everything that Joe Biden signed with this device called an AutoPen is null and void under the aspersion that Joe Biden was so senile that he wasn't even running the country at the time. And of course, Mike Johnson came out in front of the camera and he said, yep, well, now it's null and void. So everything with the AutoPen is now up for grabs and we can reverse anything and it's all going to be legal. So, of course, this is all going to be challenged in court. It's you know, who knows how many laws it breaks, who knows how many norms it breaks. Donald Trump himself used the AutoPen in his first term. So, this is just pretext to deny, you know, just to reverse anything that he wants, right? This is just further pretext to do, you know, be a dictator, do whatever he wants, right? He's just filling in the blanks, trying to find anything that he can do or say that will justify him to have that right, justify for him to have that right to do that, which of course he doesn't. It's of course illegal. It's of course anti-constitutional, et cetera, et cetera. We all know that. Get in the streets, you know, if you don't like it, get in the streets or acquiesce because it's happening, you know. You can expect your collar in the mail, okay? And you're putting that bitch on or you're not. Metaphorically, because it's really already happened. Every single day, the people that don't act, the people that don't change their mind, are acquiescing to fascist dictatorship. Whether they know that or not, it doesn't actually matter because that's what they're going to be met with. So, I know the motherfuckers in the chat, the regulators in the chat, aren't a bunch of suckers. So I'm not worried about y'all. But, I mean, there's tens of millions of people just fully acquiescing to fascism. You know, masquerading as American, right? And I don't know, man. I don't know. We might lose this one. You know, because they're going to deport Zoran. They're going to fucking, you know, assassinate AOC. They're going to, you know, they're going to seal this shit up. They're going to seal this shit up. And what the fuck are we going to do about it if the military and Navy and Marines are on their side? We could be in this fight for decades if we don't react quick, swiftly, and at mass. We could be dealing with this for decades. Look, how many decades are the Russian people, have the Russian people been dealing with Putin? And if it's up to Putin, it'll be 100 years more or 1,000 years more that the Russian people are subjugated by their government in that way. An emulation of freedom. You know, it doesn't stop until we stop it. Welcome back, Elaney.
In the politics lead, the Republican-led House Oversight Committee deeming void President Biden's pardons and commutations signed using an AutoPen towards the end of his presidency. The 93-page report that the Oversight Committee offered today concluded its investigation alleging there was, quote, a cover-up of the president's cognitive decline, unquote, and that there's, quote, no record demonstrating President Biden himself made all of the executive decisions that were attributed to him, unquote. It's an assertion that President Biden has disputed. The committee also sent a letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi asking the Justice Department to consider whether numerous pardons and commutations should now be deemed invalid.
Fuck Joe Biden.
And suggesting the prosecution of Biden's aides potential.
Just fuck Joe Biden forever. Honestly, I've said it before, I'll say it again. If I had any power whatsoever, I wouldn't even build this asshole's library. Okay? I mean, what a fucking failure. What an absolute fucking failure. He was completely up his own ass. every second of the day. You know, we think Donald Trump's a narcissist. This guy was just, it was all about Joe. It was all about Joe, and he left us out to dry. You know, I saw somebody driving a car in San Francisco with a Build Back Better bumper sticker, and I was disgusted. And I thought to myself, even Joe Biden didn't believe in Build Back Better. He had 4 years to implement it. He chose tax cuts for the rich with his so-called infrastructure bill over Build Back Better. He let a parliamentarian scuttle his entire campaign promise on a whim. So even he didn't believe in Build Back Better. And these fucking suckers are driving around with that message like it meant something. God, I hate this man. God, I hate him.
Here with us now is the House Oversight Committee Chairman, Republican Representative James Comer of Kentucky.
You.
Thanks so much for joining us, Mr. Chairman.
Fuck you.
So your investigation talks about holes in the chain of custody of Biden's decision-making process.
No, we all know what he's going to. I'm not going to waste my time with this, and Tapper Jake shouldn't either. It's 7 minutes of this. How many times do you think Tapper Jake pushes back? Okay. We're going to watch. We are going to watch exactly half of this. Okay? And okay, I'm going to keep my shit together. But I predict that Tapper Jake is not going to be pushing back at all.
There's a game of telephone you describe. Some people meet with Biden, and somebody says this is going to happen, and then it goes to an aide to the chief of staff, and then back to the chief of staff, and then back to the aide, and then a letter to the people, whoever's filling out the auto pen. There doesn't appear to be evidence that someone other than Biden was making the decisions. There's an absence of evidence that he did make the decisions. So how do you conclusively decide that they're voided as opposed to we don't know?
Well, look, at the end of the day, Joe Biden himself gave an interview with the New York Times admitting that he didn't individually review all the pardons himself.
All the thousands of them.
That he delegated that. Well, that's not the way the president is the only person that has the power to pardon. But when we met with...
So now these motherfuckers got a problem with pardoning people, huh? Cute hypocrisy.
All the inner circle, they all had differing stories on how the use of the auto pen was authorized. There were lots of inconsistencies. There was no consistent chain of custody. Then you have the emails from the Merrick Garland Department.
Listen to that. Listen to that fucking. Listen to you hear that? You hear that silence? That's Tapper Jake nodding his head and just both sidesing this, giving this absurd assertion equal weight in the debate. This is how the right-wing oligarchy who owns these media organizations drive the narrative and masquerade their propaganda as liberalism. It's not liberal.
It's that were sent to people in the Biden administration, warning them about the excessive use of the auto pen on legal documents. So, you could make the argument that you're not even supposed to use an auto pen at all on a legal document. You could make the argument that it's okay to use it occasionally. The last 3 months of the Biden administration, at a time when all of these inner circle people had no contact whatsoever with Joe Biden. He was not giving public appearances.
Interesting. Maybe
he
I'll
was
write another
not
book
issuing
about this.
statements as to why he made this decision to pardon these people or why he made the decision and what process on the executive order. We just would read in a newspaper.
Minutes and minutes of lies and propaganda, unchallenged, head nodding. This is why Tapper Jake is there. This is why he's there. Whether he does it naturally or intentionally, he's a propagandist, folks.
Paper excerpt the
why
morning
that's
of
why he gets prime
that the president
time
had done this.
billing.
So you know that the Justice Department, back during the Bush administration, there's Office of Legal Counsel guidance saying that use of the auto pen is perfectly acceptable.
Oh, well, he's got the facts and figures on his side. Well, you do know that that what you're saying is absolutely ridiculous, and other presidents were doing this as, oh, yeah, we know, blah, 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 lie.
But you know, you had an instance where the auto pen was used when the president was out of the country or whatever. 75% of the time when the auto pen was used, especially during the lame duck period of the White House, and this is thousands of times, 75% of the time, Joe Biden was in the White House.
So you interviewed 14 former White House advisors who served in the Biden administration, and quite a few of them made statements about the use of the auto pen and the decision-making process that might push back on your conclusion. I just want to run some of those clips.
No pushback.
I will say, I sometimes have a reputation for toughness, and I always require the signature card. You know,
we use the same process that I thought prior presidents had used.
I don't want you to miss the rigor and the amount of iterations, the amount of time the president spent on pardons. He made these decisions, obviously, but he also made these decisions after, in most cases, many, many meetings.
So, you know, Biden, obviously, to the New York Times, denied the conclusion of your report, and here are 3 top aides, especially.
So here we are, halfway through, no pushback. And, like, I don't know if they were intending to confuse, probably, but these, you know, for a layman watching this, it's like, wait, did they just agree? Are they agreeing or disagreeing with the premise? Is the auto pen, you know, this is Tapper Jake going right along with right-wing narratives, pushing back zero amount so far. We're halfway through. I can't help myself. I got to see the rest.
Top aides, especially Jeff Zients, the chief of staff. And
when does he push back on this erroneous assertion? When does he say, look, you guys are obviously setting this up, staging this as pretext to shut down everything that Biden ever did, just to say that you can void actions made by the president prior, and just you're very obviously doing that. When is he going to point that out?
Ron Klain, the former chief of staff, also pushing back. What's your response?
Well, they ought to push back, or else they were forging his name. But at the end of the day, look, there are no records in the National Archives of notes. There are some pardons and some executive orders that were signed with the auto pen where they claim that Biden verbally or orally gave the permission to do it. There are some that were testifying that they only used memos. They had a memo.
Okay, we're just talking about ass-pull assertions here. Like, you know, do we have document? He's like, oh, they said this and they said that, and right? How much validity is behind these things, right? And is a real process gonna happen that's actually gonna go through the evidence? No. Ass-pull assertions are now, you know, Donald Trump's feelings are now law, and they're just like, if Donald Trump doesn't like it, then, you know, it's probably bad anyway.
Oh, and President Biden, some staffer would type a memo, then Joe Biden would read the memo authorizing the use of the auto pen, then sign his initial, and then someone would use auto pen. Why not?
Okay, yeah, that's perfect. I have zero problem with that. Oh, hey, yeah, you wanted to do this thing. We talked about it at the meeting. Yep, I approve of that. I mean, personally, I wouldn't use an auto pen just because, I don't know, I wouldn't. I wouldn't be cool with that, but I'm not going to trip about somebody else. You know, hey, do you want to make this decision? Yes, I do. I would like to make this decision. All right, send it to the auto pen. Bing, bang, boom. Okay, I got the next million things I have to do. You know, if this was a Tom Clancy novel, Trailhead, I would agree with that. But I mean, he just explained the process, right? Because what the assertion is that Joe Biden was completely out to lunch, okay, and that it's the staff and the people surrounding him that were making these decisions for him, right? And we're getting real spooky with it, right? But he literally just described, oh, hey, they brought it to the president. Hey, do you want to make this decision? He signed the memo or the note that was handed to him. Yes, this is the decision I want to make. Send it to the auto pen. Okay, that is in no way puppeteering. That is not puppeteering. But I will agree, though, with Trailhead, and that's what I just said. Like, I don't think personally, if I was a president, I would use the auto pen because, I don't know, I don't like the idea of a machine signing anything for me. That's just my steez, I'm just not down with that shit. But am I going to trip about, a president who has to deal with a million different things, being handed a note, hey, this thing that you talked about, or this thing that you wanted to do, do you want to sign the executive order to do it? Yes, I do. Send it over to the machine. I'm not tripping about that. Now, So is Homie going to bring up evidence of, this staffer completely out of the blue came up with this thing, had the auto pen sign it, and Joe Biden, in his senility, totally missed it, right? Joe Schmuck, the mailroom guy is like, auto pen machine, cool. Steve has the biggest dick in America. Beep. Yeah. Okay. You got any evidence? Because so far the evidence that he's got is that he received a memo saying, do you want to do this thing, Mr. President? Mr. President signs it, and then the auto pen finishes the job. That is not puppeteering. That is not somebody so senile that they don't even know what's going on around them, right? That's somebody who's just made a decision and then the machine finishes it. Not my style, but I don't give a shit.
Just sign the document. It's one signature. So, none of this makes sense. It all falls back also on, was the president even mentally fit to make those decisions? And that's why we brought Dr. O'Connor in. And Dr. O'Connor, the first question we asked, were you ever told to lie about Joe Biden's health?
The White House physician, yeah.
The White House physician, and he pled the Fifth Amendment. So he wouldn't answer that.
You referred to him and then two other aides, Anthony Bernal and Annie Tomasini, all of whom pleaded the Fifth, to the Justice Department. Right. What are you expecting them to look into?
We believe there was a cover-up of Joe Biden's mental fitness. The fact that Joe Biden met with Ian Sams, his White House spokesperson, 2 times in 2 years. The fact that he met with Neera Tanden, who was his executive secretary, once every month or whatever. I mean, it's shocking. Every other president, President Obama, President Bush, President Trump, they meet with these staffers multiple times per week. And Joe Biden was clearly shielded. And I think you wrote very well and very accurately in your book that he was shielded from people. He was shielded from Pete Buttigieg. He was shielded from...
Great one, Tapper. Great one, Tapper. Awesome. Good one. Good one. Still waiting on that Trump book, right? I guess he doesn't have enough material yet for Trump, right? Still, he's got to wait for that golden moment of extreme corruption. He's waiting, He's got to let the story play out a little bit. Then maybe he'll write that book about Trump, in the rubble of America, right? Great guy, that Tapper Jake. Great guy.
His inner staff. So the question that I think the Department of Justice needs to ask these people that pled the Fifth, was there an organized cover-up? Why did you not give the president a cognitive test when even mainstream media outlets were demanding that Joe Biden take a cognitive test?
So I got a source gave me an email that...
This is kind of interesting because they're literally taking whataboutism to like the next level, when it comes to subverting democracy. But they're like, well, what about Joe Biden? Like, what about this thing? Like this rumor about Joe Biden? Doesn't that mean we get to null and void every decision that he made? Well, what about this or what about that? It's wild shit.
Ed Martin, who's the pardons attorney, sent to you from Monday of this week.
Tapper Jake going right along with it. Are we going to see this entire segment with zero pushback on how erroneous this is? He literally just let the cat out of the bag. Oh, yeah, we think he was senile. We think, no, he's going right along with us. Tapper Jake going right along with right-wing disinformation campaign, right? CNN, supposed to be liberal. Donald Trump wants to take away its FCC license because it's so woke.
He can't stand by these pardons.
Yeah, you're tubing. He basically is.
I wonder if you worry at all about the precedent.
Are you serious, Trailhead?
Of undoing
I couldn't
pardons,
stand to watch it.
Clemencies, because of an assessment that is disputed.
I think that the pardon process
was that pushback? Was that it? Was that creaky, meandering, dry fart the pushback that I've been waiting for? One more time.
And he's going to investigate them. I wonder if you worry at all about the precedent of undoing pardons, commutations, clemencies, because of an assessment that is disputed.
Wow. What a champ. Look at the freeze frame too. Fucking perfect. What a fucking journalist, huh? Walter Cronkite, eat your heart out. Could you gotten on your knees, when you asked that question, Tapper? Well, maybe some people are a little worried about the precedent of a fascist dictatorship undoing the actions of a previous president just en masse. Some people are worried that might be some kind of violation of the Constitution. Maybe.
I think that the pardon process needs to be reviewed. I think the pardon process has been abused. I would like to see legislation that defines the exact.
Is Tapper Jake going to go this entire interview without bringing up the pardons, the J6 pardons, the pedophiles and murderers that Donald Trump pardoned, confirmed?
Proper process for how a pardon is issued, regardless of who the president is. Having said that, I think anyone that reads this report, anyone that watches the hours and hours of depositions would conclude that Joe Biden wasn't the one making those decisions. They had opportunity.
Just silently sits. Just silently sits. Sir, say something, sir. He knows what he is doing. This is his job, and he knows he is fulfilling this role. His corporate masters have put him in this position. He knows what he is doing. He knows what he is doing as an emulation of news, an emulation of journalism. He knows this. That's who Tapper Jake is. He is a fucking menace to society, man. He is a fucking sociopath. He's a millionaire sociopath that wants tax cuts. Have you seen this guy emulate emotions? Pretend like he's showing. The only true emotion I've seen out of Tapper Jake is cockiness. I saw a recent clip of him laughing at Fox News, laughing at their statement and their deposition. That's the only actual emotion I've seen, real emotion from Tapper Jake, is sarcastic cockiness.
Opportunity to demonstrate a consistent pattern of how pardons were authorized, and they failed to do that. And look, everyone in America saw with their own eyes a declining president of the United States. And the fact that there was so much activity during the lame duck period, it seemed like from the time of the debate until the transition of power, that's when the use of the auto pen greatly accelerated.
She said she's going to run again.
75% of the time that auto pen was used, they claimed Joe Biden, according to the records, was in the White House. Why wouldn't he be more involved? Why wouldn't there be notes from meetings that Joe Biden said this? There's no documentation that would suggest Joe Biden was involved in the pardon.
I guess the argument from Democrats would be absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
And then we're done. I guess then we cut to commercial. That was CNN. CNN decided to cut it there. I don't know why. Okay, Trump saying he's not allowed to run for a third term. Well, maybe I will, but I'm not allowed to do it. But maybe I will. Maybe I'll do an insurrection or whatever. I don't know. I think Trump's, like I said it before, but I don't know, man. I don't know, man. He's gonna fucking kick that Roblox. D to the T is gonna be kicking that Roblox. It's coming. It's coming. He's slowing down. Back over to Gaza, but this one's a little bit more pleasant. Anna Kasparian, all of her positive coverage of Tucker Carlson has been unbearable. Unbearable. Okay? She's like buddies with Tucker. Her and Cenk. They got to get off the Tucker meat. They got to stop riding Tucker's meat. Okay? As the kids say. With that said, she has been, for a very long time, probably her entire career, been a strong advocate for Palestine and against Israel. And she speaks very strongly against Israel, calling them a terrorist state, etc., etc. He's going to pass off to Rubio and J.D. Vance. JD Vance, that's who we have to worry about. That motherfucker is a demon. He is a demon. And the day that it's all official and he's the man sitting in the chair, he's going to go into overdrive. It's going to be nasty. It's going to be nasty, right? South Park is so wrong about their depiction, right, of JD Vance, right? Because like they have, I guess they have shown that he's like planning, right, behind the scenes with Donald Trump. So maybe they are leading up to something with JD Vance, but this guy is a conniving demon. Okay, to go Alex Jones on it. Yeah, I love it though. Him as Tattoo from Fantasy Island. I laugh hysterically. I showed an episode to my uncle when I was in San Francisco recently, and it was the one where he goes, "Hey boss, would you like me to apply baby oil to Satan's asshole for you?" Oh my God. Bound. Well, I mean, come on, really? Bound. Are you serious? You don't see Republicans getting behind him for a third term? Really? Your imagination can't see it? Really? Not even a little bit? Not even a little bit? Anyway, back to Ana Kasparian here. You know, outside of the Tucker Carlson meat writing, TYT, I guess, has been okay. And I would just be like, okay, because, like, I don't know, man. What is up? I want to know what is up. They haven't said anything about the connection to Peter Thiel and that company that they took a sponsorship from. I just wish they weren't quiet about that shit. Anyway, back to this. Props to Ana Kasparian, though, because she has been defending Palestinian human rights on mainstream media, on CNN. And here she is again calling out a Zionist influencer. I think this is what she calls herself. And she's like, wait, so you're taking money from a foreign government, you know, aren't you, doesn't that mean you have to register as a foreign agent, et cetera, et cetera? Oh, it's really great. And she's totally fearless. I got to say, totally fearless when it comes to defending Palestinian human rights. So that you do, if you do that on mainstream media, you do deserve a lot of credit, because you're either playing the game and getting the ching-ching, or, you know, you're seen as a gadfly. It is interesting that CNN keeps having her back, but she's great at what she does. She's obviously, you know, gorgeous, you know, but, you know, she gets to say these things on mainstream media. It does show that, you know, the Israeli propaganda is weakening. The fact that she's now on CNN, it took a long time.
Taking $7,000 per post. I know I've seen that happen a lot with you, Emily, and you were also at that meeting with influencers. So what's the reality of the situation?
I'll speak on behalf of myself and honestly on behalf of the government a little bit here, the Israeli government. They target influencers who agree with the cause. And
so I'm going to speak for the Israeli government. Oh, okay. Are you an Israeli government spokesperson? No.
And recruit us for meetings like what you saw with Bibi for messaging. With that being said, I can safely say the government's not funding any influencer. With all due respect, I don't think it's completely accurate to say that influencers aren't getting paid, because let me tell you, by the government, they offer that money to me, and I sent you the exact email, let me pull it up. The Consulate General of Israel, okay, wrote me an email offering to...
So she's got the receipts. She's like, literally, I got an email from the Israeli government offering me money. I love this.
Pay me to go to Israel. They would pay all my expenses and also pay me. And then I had, they offered to give me a spot for my guest. I shot that down. I declined because it didn't sit right with me. This is about a year ago, okay? If tomorrow I got bankrolled by Israel, I am already pro-Israel. Why can't I be paid for that? Are you registered as a foreign agent under FARA? No, but they're paying me for a service. I work there. And you should be registering under FARA.
Yeah, Foreign Agents Registration Act. Boom, dude. So this is I showed you a couple weeks ago. This is the show that Ana Kasparian is. She's rather busy because this is the show that Breezy Politics maybe is what it's called. But this is the one that the show that they were doing with Jillian Michaels, and she walks off She fucking walked. She couldn't stand the heat for 5 seconds. She walked off and quit the show. Boom, gone. Unprofessional, gone. I'm out of here, dude. And I love that they continue to do it. This is really great. I love this. This is great. I love that there's more female commentators now, because I truly believe that a revolution needs to have a female influence and voice, really, because it's, you know, I truly believe when women are in the room with men, okay, when shit's going down, they are an essential element to making a proper system. I don't know. I just feel like women have been left out of the design and the planning of so many things in society, and it really shows. And goddamn, I would love to see more of this, and I'm really encouraged by it, right? The iHip ladies as well. I can't remember their names, but, you know, the I've Had It podcast ladies, that she's really blowing up. The show is great. I love how she calls Donald Trump Kanks, like Kankles. She's amazing, right? So, you know, criticisms of Anna Kasparian aside, writing Tucker Carlson's meat, it's disgusting. I love to see it. I want to see more of this. And fuck Jillian Michaels. You know, you can't stand the heat. Get out of the fucking fire, Jillian. Back to your fucking safe space, biatch. Oh, shit. Bitch. Oh, no, Jillian. I said it. Am I sexist? Oh, you care about sexism now. You know, every time I see a conservative woman, I'm half tempted to fucking start screaming incredibly sexist, misogynist things at her, like telling her to get back in the kitchen and stuff. Because it's like, that's what you believe in. You know? Doesn't make any sense. Oh, how could you be so sexist against me? Votes for the most, you know, anti-woman, anti-equality candidate she can find. This is nuts. Okay? If you've stuck around long enough, this is your reward. You want to see some footage you'll never forget? All right? Stop playing your fucking video game. Pause the video game. I can't pause, Grandpa. Too fucking bad. It's your own fault, because you're about to see the craziest footage you've seen all month. I guarantee it. You want to see a cop on a murderous rampage try to run a motherfucker down with his car, with his cop car. Do you want to see this? You want to see this? Diatribe. I'm going to go and do a diatribe. Let's do a diatribe about the Transformers. Let's keep this up on screen for 20 minutes and do a diatribe about Lord of the Rings. No, not really. Too fucking bad, because here you go. Slap in, Slappy. This shit is nuts. I think this is happening in America. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, what's your reason to stop me? You ain't even got no reason to stop me.
Baltimore. Bro. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. This is B-Town. Baltimore. All right? The motherfucking Wire. They didn't show this in the show. Oh, you're about to see some. I've never seen a cop do this before in my life. This man needs to be fired immediately, and I think he will. This is egregious beyond anything I've seen all year, quite frankly. And I've seen cop killings.
Yo, walk off, Trey. Hit the alley, yo. Go ahead, Trey. Walk off, yo.
Yeah.
He ain't even got no.
Dude, I love how he sounds like that super cool character from The Wire. What was her name? The assassin. What was her fucking name? Snoop. Yeah, dude. He sounds just like Snoop. That's so fucking cool. Baltimore people talk like that. So cool.
Yo, walk off, Trey. Hit the alley, yo. Go ahead, Trey. Walk off, yo. He ain't even got no reason to stop me. Hey, yo, what the fuck? You gonna hit him with the car? Yo, what the fuck, bro? Yo, hell no, yo. Hey, yo. Come back this way, yo.
He's not done. Look at that shit. He got up on the sidewalk. He's not done.
Yo, eating, bro.
He's not done, dude. Holy shit, it looks just like the show.
That's his dumb ass.
He's gonna fucking kill somebody, dude.
Fucking dummy.
He's not done. He's not done. Guy's a psychopath.
You dumb as shit. You dumb as shit. You crashing it all that.
This guy's a psychopath,
out,
dude.
Go ahead, dumbass. Really crashing out, bro. You crashed his car and all that, bro. Don't really try.
He's on drugs,
bro.
He's on drugs.
What the fuck? Nobody try to hit bro with the car, no, like. Oh, hell no.
Perfect reaction to this. Perfect reaction.
And he crashing out, bro. He crashed his car and all that, bro. Nobody trying to hit my mans, bro.
That is crazy.
Nobody trying to hit bro with the car and all that.
No, there's gotta be more. There's gotta be some news about this. Okay, there's gotta be. Okay, cop in Baltimore tries to run over a person. There's gotta be a news article about this. Is it this attempted murder? Baltimore police officer hospitalized after being struck by a car. Okay, that's different. Officer struck and killed a man on a scooter. Okay, that happened. Officer released from... Where's the arrest? Where's the news on this? Wow, dude. Okay, I don't know. I don't have anything on this right now. Reddit's the one covering this. Well, in his defense, there was zero chance that beefcake was going to be able to run and catch anybody. Stop, or I'll say stop again. That is a good point. Yeah, there ain't no way he's gonna fucking rip his ACL like that asshole from ICE did. Okay, this was 4 years ago. This is Instagram. Okay, from 3 hours ago, Nerd Stash. Baltimore cop chooses violence when routine questioning turns into reckless road rage. Yeah, I'll turn this off. I think these guys are legit. Hold on. This is nuts. Where's the arrest? Where's the news? Where's the local news on this? Yeah, okay, Reddit video. Yeah. So it's literally just covering the Reddit coverage. This isn't, there's no mention whatsoever of any kind of statement from the police. Local news totally ignoring this. Wow. Can you imagine? Holy shit. Someone, I mean, this guy needs to be, of course, he's got the glasses behind his fucking bald skull. Gee, I wonder who this guy votes for. Shocking. Shocking that this man, that was real. That was real, dude. You can't fake that Baltimore accent. Are you kidding me? That guy was awesome.
Crash his car and all that, bro.
Hell
Nobody trying to hit my mans, bro. The fuck? Nobody trying to hit bro with the car and all that. Oh, hell no.
Amazing. Amazing. Sounds just like Snoop. I can't believe it. That's so cool. And he's 100% correct. So look, moving on. Next story. We're keeping it quick. Bop, bop, bop. Welcome to the News Underground. We're not wasting any time unless I'm wasting time. Next story. Remember I was telling you, Mr. Mayor here, Brandon Johnson, protest speech talking about general strike. Is he going to follow it up? Right? If you're going to talk about general strike, you better be talking about that every single fucking day, right? And if you're going to be the mayor of a city talking about general strike, you better be ready to take the heat from the industries in your city that might have to take a hit for democracy. But as predicted, there's crime in big cities. The left acknowledges that reality, and the left also would like to, I'm just going to speak for all the left right now. The left would also like to say that we acknowledge the reality of crime, but we have never promised to completely eliminate crime, because that would be impossible. So it's frustrating because it's like, oh, well, your leftist idea doesn't fix this problem completely, right? Well, it makes the problem better, though. It removes the incentives for crime. Socialism, gives people a chance, gives people hope, helps people out of tough times, gives them the training they need to, gives them the education that they need to succeed in life. But crime will always exist. say society was in a, this is like one of those like quantum reality kind of questions, right? But say we were on a completely different trajectory and Bernie Sanders had won in 2016. Okay, the crown jewels at the Louvre probably would have still been stolen at maybe the exact same time and exact same day, right? Bernie Sanders getting, and like making society better, right, and being awesome for 8 years might not have changed the trajectory of that theft at all. Does that mean we should throw Bernie Sanders away? I don't think that's what you were saying, Bound. I just feel like the whole, we have no power and no one wants to try our ideas, but everyone actually loves our ideas. What am I talking about? Anyway, Brandon Johnson over here. Where's the calls for the general strike now that the protest is over?
No one is going to convince me what the Trump administration is doing against black people and brown people can ever be justified. It is racist. When you have black babies being thrown in the back of vans, zip-tied in the middle of the night, and masked men sticking guns in the faces of black and brown people, that is nasty, is vicious, is racist. Dr. King described it as an evil. Militarism and that formation is an evil.
100% agree. 100% agree. If the mayor's going to say shit like general strike and he's not going to, within a week be marching through the streets of his city calling louder for a general strike, you should just shut the fuck up because you don't mean it. And in this leftist movement, I don't want to hear from people that say shit that they don't mean. Okay? But anyway, he's right. But don't be talking about general strike and then mum's the word as soon as you get back to your office. I don't want to hear that shit. Tennessee sheriff defends jailing liberal activist for posting Trump meme about school shooting. So we're seeing this more and more. Gee, I wonder who he voted for. Holy shit. The poster child for gee, I wonder who he voted for. We're going to see more and more of this. Is this the article right here? I don't know what this is. Share Google. Yeah, here we go. Tennessee sheriff defends jailing liberal activist for posting Trump meme about school shooting. Let's hear what this fascist has to say about why he should be able to arrest people for, anything that's a call for violence should be that's not free speech. And some leftists take it too far. So let's see. Maybe this is a misunderstanding. Maybe this is a leftist taking it too far. Let's see. Fairest channel on the internet, as Cenk Uygur says.
Jailed for a meme. Tonight, a Middle Tennessee sheriff defends the arrest of a man.
Okay, so here's the meme. We have to get over it. Okay, this is absolutely, what are we talking about here? This is beyond fascism. This guy got arrested for this? It's a direct quote from the man about school shootings. It's not even taken out of context. This was said in reference to a school shooting. Total fascism.
This online meme quoting President Trump. Good evening. I'm Rory Johnston.
And I'm Carrie Sharp. Free speech advocates are sounding the alarm about this man's arrest. But in an interview, Perry County Sheriff Nick Weems claims this man left him no choice.
The sheriff sat down to answer some tough questions from News Channel 5 Chief Investigative Reporter Phil Williams.
Phil, there are a lot of people out there who are outraged over this.
Who'd Phil vote for?
An understatement. Larry Bussard has been behind bars for more than a month. And right now, he's not scheduled for another court appearance for more than 5 weeks. The question is, should this case ever have gone this far?
What?
Yeah, there's been some very, very bad phone calls that my employees has had to endure. Our dispatch has had to endure.
For Perry County Sheriff Nick Weems and his office, the last few weeks have been rough.
Bro,
as word has...
I mean, literally, the thin blue line right there on his fucking nameplate, okay? When I see this tells me you don't align yourself with American values. You align yourself with a twisted interpretation of what American values are. This is such an un-American symbol right here. It's interesting. Canadian cops started wearing something similar, some kind of twisted symbol to show allegiance, and that shit was shut down immediately. And I believe it was said specifically that Canadian cops are not allowed to express themselves politically, on their uniform. When you're in that uniform, you represent the values of our society, et cetera, et cetera. To me, these are cops that have gone rogue, who are displaying this symbol, and look at them displaying it proudly.
The last few weeks have been rough as word has spread about their arrest of 61-year-old Larry Bussard for a Facebook post.
That's how it makes sense.
Bussard's bond at $2 million.
He's been here for 35 days.
$2 million.
35 days. Over a meme.
Well, it was a series of posts, but yes, the one post that he made was the one with Donald Trump that got everybody's attention and was considered threatening.
He got a couple likes on a fucking tweet. That's a direct quote from Donald Trump, and he didn't say anything inflammatory. He just said, I think this is an appropriate time to show you what Donald Trump thinks about school shootings. Here's a direct quote. Fascism, 100%, without a doubt. And look at the happy stooges. If I had any power whatsoever, these individuals would be fired immediately. Happy stooges for a fascist dictatorship. Can't wait to stomp over your rights. They remind me of the cops from fucking Clockwork Orange.
Okay. Thank you.
Always with the goddamn sunglasses. It's the middle of the goddamn night. Why are you putting what? Just in case what? Just in case what? You run into a mutant with the power to flash you? Why do you got the sunglasses on your head, you fucking doofus?
Thank you.
Local police took Bussard into custody at his home in Lexington, Tennessee on September 21st.
Ludicrous.
Based on a warrant issued out of Perry County.
Yeah.
The one-time cop is one of those rare liberals in rural Middle Tennessee and a keyboard warrior known for posting progressive memes like these.
Okay. All right. So let's see. Let's see this inflammatory shit. Let's see what he's got here. Okay. Calling a bunch of hackneyed comedians patriots. I mean, Conan O'Brien's not hackneyed. Jon Stewart's all right. Fuck you, Colbert, and motherfuck you, Jimmy. But I'll give credit to Kimmel over here. Fallon can suck the D. But, that video with Bautista was pretty nutsy. I like that. It was pretty ballsy. I like that. I don't know. Conan O'Brien, he's not a patriot. He actually intentionally stays very, very quiet about politics, right? Because he's trying to star fuck as many celebrities as possible on his podcast. He actually doesn't get into politics much at all. Obviously, we can all assume he leans left, but he's no activist. This meme is just boomer shit. Boomer nonsense, and of course you're allowed to be wrong about this. Call these idiots patriots. Colbert's not a patriot. Maybe Kimmel. Stewart, definitely. Kidding me? Fallon? Oh, shit. All right, what do we got here? If it's illegal to hire undocumented workers, then how come the workers are being arrested? How come only the workers are being arrested? Fair question. Nothing inflammatory. What are we looking for? Calls to violence. Something that's actually... Okay, Camel Tony. I'm not allowed to acknowledge the existence of that statement. Americans are busy hating each other when we could just tax the rich and solve 90% of the problems. Heaven forbid. Heaven forbid. Terrorism. Terrorism. I'm not only smart, I'm street smart. Okay. Are we kidding? Ooh. Make the man. This is what you got. This is the hot reel. This is what you got, bro. This is some weak, limp dick shit, dude. My social media was way off the fucking chain. This is some weak ass shit. This guy, there's some connection here. This cop is connected somehow to this situation. This is nuts. This is such a reach. You got to get the Fantastic Four involved. This is nuts. Oh, sure, you're street smart. Okay. This is boomerdom. This is maximum boomerdom. Maximum boomerdom. He better sue the fucking police department. Oh, yeah. So here's the actual quote. Starts at the 42nd mark, huh? This was disgusting. I think I remember covering this. But this, in the in the amazing list of horrible things that Donald Trump has said, this really is right up there on the list. Listen to this.
To see it here, but we have to get over it. We have to move forward. But
and I remember Saagar Enginetti kind of repeat. This was kind of a repeating vibe that was going through the Republican Party at the time, when they were basically trying to say, "There's nothing we can do about it. We're never going to change gun rights because gun liberty and the Second Amendment, it's all too important. So this is just the new normal, and we have to get used to it." This, Saagar Enginetti defended that position, right? And a lot of Republicans were saying it, and then we heard comments like this, where it's like, well, just this is the new normal, folks. You got to get used to it, got to get over it. Fascinating stuff. Little bit more from Mr. Fash. I'm curious to see how much this guy actually pushes him.
Progressive memes like these.
This is what they charged me with. Okay. Threatening mass violence at a school.
At a school?
It's referring to a school. I have no idea. That's what they've called us for, and I ain't got a clue.
I played on Facebook. I threatened no one. I know you don't give a damn.
This is the meme that landed Bussard in jail. He posted it as part of a discussion about Charlie Kirk's murder. The meme quotes Donald Trump saying, "We have to get over it." It was exactly what the president said the day after a deadly school shooting in Perry, Iowa. That's the meme that he posted, correct?
So it's the Charlie Kirk stuff. They feel empowered. Anybody who pushes back against their racist, bigoted hero, Charlie Kirk, deserves to have their rights taken from them. Fascinating stuff.
That looks like it, except this part was blurred out, the face.
Where is the threat to their Sheriff?
Right here.
Sheriff Weems says some in his community took the reference in the Trump meme to Perry High School to be a threat to shoot up.
I love how we didn't get to see his stupid fucking response. It looks like this local news is trying to do this fucking sheriff a favor here. I love how they kind of faded away from his ridiculous justification. Oh yeah, it's right there. That's a threat. That's You should have just let it play, let his foolishness play out. But no, we're going to go ahead and hide that from you. Interesting stuff.
Perry County High School, which had recently had to...
I just described not how I actually would frame it. I would frame it honestly. I would let his response play out fully and honestly. I'd let him hang himself with his rope, right? But they're protecting him pretty clearly.
To deal with a threat from a student.
Whenever you come to a Perry County page, okay, that is set
and
up.
we're gonna let his fear-mongering statements play. We're gonna cut away from his response about how ludicrous it is. Where's the threat in this? Oh, he wasn't very eloquent in that response, but he certainly has his political talking points about this and that. So we're gonna let that play out. No problem there.
To let people know what's going on in Perry County, and you post this talking about Perry High School shooting.
It doesn't say Perry County High School.
It says Perry High School. Mass shooting one day after, okay? That led people to believe in our county that he's talking about Perry County High School. Because it doesn't say Iowa either.
But
isn't that great? His personal opinion becomes people's belief. That's how tyrants think. That's how fascists think. Well, people came to this conclusion. Oh, well, I did. Maybe one or two people on Facebook sent him an email? Oh, well, that's a consensus.
You also knew this was an existing meme that was already out there on the internet.
Correct.
And so it's clear he's not talking about Perry County High School.
We knew. The public did not know.
No one
even reply to that one meme, the meme that's in question here.
Ludicrous.
No one said this is
So
a
they
threat
went. He
against
went
our
fishing.
school.
No one even mentioned it.
Chris Ergel from South Carolina heard about Bussard's arrest and started a Justice for Larry Bussard page on Facebook.
A reasonable person cannot possibly interpret that as a threat. So I'm not sure what he's reacting to. I think it might be his own feelings.
So why not just inform the public that this was not about Perry County High School?
Because here's the thing, whenever you're dealing with something like this and you've got multiple people that is now scared to send their kids to...
And this is just the beginning. Because who does Donald Trump have the back of? Huh? Larry? Larry wasn't fair to me. Larry was a terrorist. I agree with the professional doing his job. I agree, that's right, he's a terrorist. Strip him of his rights, send him to Abu Ghraib. Oh, send him to Albania to get him raped and murdered. Yeah, take that, Larry. Respond to your Facebook memes with you getting massacred. It's really funny. That was terrible, sorry. I'll do better in the future. I'll find funnier ways to make fun of Donald Trump. But you get my point. Who is Donald Trump going to defend, right? If this blows up, this is just the beginning.
School, we tried to take a different approach and go and speak to this guy and say, hey, look, this is what you're doing.
Thanks, but it's just, freedom of speech, you know?
As Bussard's wife explained to police, he saw nothing wrong with what he
Wife
had done.
is the nicest woman ever.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you did or did not commit a crime.
I may have been, but
That's not illegal.
All of this could have been avoided, the sheriff says, if Bussard had just deleted the meme that people in Perry County had found so objectionable.
Would a Republican delete a racist meme?
The police department out to speak to him, and he refused to do that. I mean, what kind of person does that? What kind of person just
an American,
says he
buddy.
Don't care?
An American.
You know, I'm not taking it down.
Maybe a person who doesn't think he's done anything wrong.
Well, in TCA's eyes and our state legislatures that's put this.
He's so clearly out of his depth. He's like almost trembling in his response.
Law 4th that come out July 1st, 2024 says otherwise.
As for Weems' statement that Bussard would not be in jail today if he had just deleted the post, Chris Ergel says that shows it was never really about any threat against Perry County High School.
Pretty much tells me he doesn't consider it a threat. If you think it's a threat, why would removing it make any difference?
In your heart, do you think Larry Bouchard was threatening to shoot up Perry County High School?
In my heart, I think Larry Bouchard knew what he was doing once we made contact with him, or once law enforcement made contact with him. And I believe that he knew what he was doing. And in my heart, he violated the law set forth by our legislatures.
That does not answer the question. Wow. We got to watch that one more time. That was really something. He's way over his depth, but that, you know, it's just, it doesn't matter. The president will be defending. This is what happened with Stalin. You know, all these little mini tyrants, totally incompetent, illiterate, you know, racist, bigoted, but loyal. Fiercely loyal to Stalin. And that's what got you in, and that's what got you solid positions, and that's what got you leadership positions. That was the only thing that mattered. And you could be a petty, corrupt little tyrant, and you could treat people like total garbage, but as long as you were totally loyal, you could stay in your position. Hell, you'd get a fucking upgrade.
In your heart, do you think Larry Bouchard was threatening to shoot up Perry County High School?
In my heart, I think Larry Bouchard knew what he was doing once we made contact with him.
Knew what he was doing once we made contact. That sounds like a threat, right? Oh, he got his mind right once we called him up and intimidated him. We used our police power to intimidate him. And then he got his mind right. That's what I know.
Or once law enforcement made contact with him. And I believe that he knew what he was doing. And in my heart...
What was he doing?
He he violated the law set forth by our
What law?
legislatures.
What law?
And Mr. Beshart's attorney has filed a motion.
Great. Awesome job, journalist. Couldn't bust out a what law? I must be out of line. Where the fuck is my journalism degree, huh? You went to school. You're getting paid the big bucks. You're on TV. You can't, what law? Could you, hey, fascist tyrant, could you tell me what law specifically? I mean, you should know. You're the chief of police, right? So could you, law of the legislature, right? What law? Don't have time, huh? Had to skeet-doodle. Don't have time for those kind of useless questions. That's why he gets paid the big bucks, folks.
To reduce his bond, but get this, that motion is not scheduled to be heard until December 4th, which is only adding.
Let's watch it again. Let's watch him not ask the questions that he should be asking. Right. He might have asked them, but they cut it out. Who knows? We'll never know. There you go. Awesome stuff. Great. Good journalism. Good stuff. Basic fucking fundamental questions. Okay. Skip those. He explained the law earlier, like 2 minutes prior to that. Oh, he did? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, then everything is justified then. No, I know that's not what you're saying. Okay. All right. Watch the explanation again. What the fuck? No, I'm not going to go back. All right, I'll take your word for it. I don't care if there's a law or not a law. This shit's complete bullshit. Read between the lines. He's saying that they wanted to remove the post when he didn't. They took him to trying to provoke him, so they threw him in jail. Exactly, Dari. Yeah. He committed the worst crime you could ever commit against the police, and that's disrespecting the police. And that's why they're ruining his life. He's been in jail for over a month and might be in jail for at least another 5 weeks. That's another month and a half. So 2.5 months because he didn't follow a command of the police. It's obvious intimidation. It has nothing to do with protecting and serving. And I don't care if there's a fucking law or not. It's a misapplication of the law, if there is a law. Totally, it needs to be challenged. But here's the problem: is that with the Trump Justice Department in place, tyrants like that will be like, "Yep, he's right. Yep, that guy was a liberal, so might as well throw him in jail, double the sentence." So, this was actually brought up, the Grokpedia. Apparently, on the entry for Adolf Hitler, the Führer's leadership and rapid economic achievements are noted before the Holocaust. Right. And soon, things like the Holocaust will just be outright removed. And then soon, as we see in Florida, where they're literally making PragerU and TPUSA, Ron DeSantis over here trying to make it impossible for you to reject TPUSA chapters in your high school. Soon they'll just stop, acknowledging the reality of the Holocaust altogether. And Hitler was a great man, et cetera, et cetera. Never forget who Elon Musk is. He gave us a little flash. This is who Elon Musk is. When he was on top of the world, he thought this was it. This is the moment. Awakening. People were going to love this. He practiced it in the mirror. He did it twice. This is who Elon Musk is. And of course, he creates his own information, public information, his own version of Wikipedia. And what does it do? It, of course, talks about he made the trains run on time before. Oh, yeah, and also killed like 10 bazillion people or whatever. Maybe. Maybe, you know what I mean? And I'm telling you, and like, if these people continue to win, these people continue to succeed and control society, the entry on the Holocaust would be eventually removed. That's the goal. you catch him in honest moments, they tell you, right? You catch Peter Thiel at a little conference talking about the Antichrist, he'll give you little nuggets about how he wants to control society, and this is right up their alley. This is exactly what these techno-feudalists want to do to us. Make no mistake, this one is the most serious developments of Trump's second term. So this is all about the DOJ is now just actively unabashed, shamelessly working for Donald Trump, and judges who used to depend on the DOJ being kind of a boring thing where it would just defend justice and the rule of law, they're now having to question the opinions and rulings of the DOJ because they're obviously illegal in defense of corruption and in defense of one man, Donald Trump. Here's a little bit of this because this really is essential. This is from Slate, and if you want to read it, here's the article right here. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll read a little bit because this is they're correct. Because this is like the two-tier justice system defining itself publicly. I support a two-state solution. So I don't support the hard left opinion that Israel needs to be eradicated, and I don't support the hard right opinion that Palestine needs to be eradicated. I believe in the 1967 borders, creating a corridor between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and of course eliminating Hamas and other terrorist elements so that Palestinians can truly pick their government in a free and fair election. Back to the article here. Slate. Under Donald Trump, the Department of Justice increasingly seems to be acting as his personal law firm, his deputized goon squad seeking vengeance on everyone who ever crossed him or whatever charges they can cobble together. The institution that once aspired to norms of nonpartisanship and fact is rapidly buckling under the not inconsiderable weight of falsehood and misrepresentation. So I'm having trouble reading today. I'm sorry. I read it so much more eloquently in my head. Coming out of my mouth, it sounds terrible. I'll finish this paragraph. Judges who could once take for granted that the Justice Department worked in the interest of something resembling justice are now openly questioning whether department lawyers are even telling the truth. So this is just a complete breakdown. No, you can fuck off. Can you please fuck off? On the week's Amicus podcast, Dahlia Lithwick spoke to Joyce White Vance, who served as the U.S. Attorney in the Northern District of Alabama from August 2009 until January 2017, and whose Substack, Civil Discourse, has charted the many blows to the rule of law for the past several years. Her new book, Giving Up is Unforgivable, was published last week by Dutton. I love that title, by the way, Giving Up is Unforgivable. That is brilliant. I love that. So make sure you check that out. Giving up is unforgivable. I'm having so much I can't speak today, dude. But this is great. Giving up is unforgivable. Joyce Vance. And I agree with that sentiment. It really is. Here is, like I was telling you earlier, here is Ron DeSantis now taking legal action, threatening legal action against educators who oppose efforts to establish TPUSA chapters in high schools. And of course, if you know anything about TPUSA, it is a establishment designed to groom young people into a fascist ideology. There's no other way to put it. There's there's documentaries that go over this. TPUSA is one of the largest right-wing grooming operations that targets the youth, and they've been moderately successful in some places. It's very frightening, of course, to see Ron DeSantis, who understands the value of TPUSA, getting them young, getting them propagandized as quickly as possible, and of course he wants to continue that. And make it illegal. Make it illegal to reject right-wing propaganda in our schools, right? If anyway.
You're also today announcing a partnership with Turning Point. We want to make sure that all high schools in Florida, anybody in a high school that wants to start a State Club America chapter,
Yeah, we can't allow discrimination against fascism. Heaven forbid we tolerate the intolerant for so long that we create an intolerant society. They know who they are. They know who they are. He knows exactly what he is. He knows he's a fascist. That he's setting himself up to work for the J.D. Vance administration. He's going to stay loyal as much as he can. Disgusting careerist who will happily throw us all in the fucking flames, man. This guy would sacrifice us all for his own aggrandizement and power. True sociopath. Puts us all in danger. Ron DeSantis knows exactly what he is.
And any school or school district that does try to discriminate, that man right there will probably first send you a nasty gram and then drop the hammer. So that will.
Good guy Dari, you're funny. I like you. You're very funny. Moving on to the next thing. You got the right wing over here saying shit like this. Here's Linda McMahon. Yeah, okay. Right. So kill them all, right? We got no choice, right? I mean, you agree with peace and a two-state solution, but Hamas, right? I think I'm going to revert to my earlier statement. Can you please fuck off? Thank you so much for your time. No one asked for your opinion. Thank you so much for your time. Anyway, so here's this poster child for plastic surgery. Linda McMahon. Here's what she had to say. California should model its educational standards after academic powerhouses like Alabama. Even people in Europe. Okay, very good point. That's a good point. And Dari pushed him on. But even Europeans know education in Alabama is bad. Yeah, Nani. Yeah. Oh no. Did the streamer say a bad word to you? Are you gonna work up the courage to say fuck now? Go ahead, give me one. Give me a fuck you, baby. I eat them for breakfast. I eat my fuck yous for breakfast. No, I don't care. That's the right attitude. Now get the fuck out of my sight. So anyway, laugh along with me. California, which has much higher standards and much better results in education than Alabama, should lower itself to Alabama's standards for education. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Crypt Keeper, mother of the Crypt Keeper. Thank you so much, Human Skeleton. Appreciate it. Miss Botox. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for your opinion. Trump literally said this. It's unbelievable. Executive order to go back to steam catapults on the new aircraft carriers coming, according to Trump. Bye. Make sure you erroneously report me on the way out. Bye. Don't even have to flush you myself. I love the ones that flush themselves. Love it. But no, he literally said this. President Trump says he plans to sign an executive order that would compel the U.S. Navy to use steam-powered catapults and hydraulic elevators on new aircraft carriers. Yeah, unlike some people. You mean like the right wing that you support, right? Trump has railed against the electromagnetic aircraft launch system, emails, catapults, and advanced weapon elevators, AWE. Why? What? Is he connected to a company that sells hydraulic fluid? Who said I supported the First Amendment? I'm a right-winger, goddammit. I believe in oppressing everyone. How dare you say I support the First Amendment? Great. Ford's catapults and elevators have faced reliability and maintenance issues, but swapping out these features, even just for future ships in the class, would involve an extremely costly and time-consuming redesign that would further delay new carriers entering service. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your opinion, sir. We've talked about this. Yeah, I know exactly. Strategy is correct. I've talked about how the Rose Garden is Hitlerian. Okay. The fucking Ark is Napoleonic. The ballroom is Hitlerian. And here is proof. This is wild. So Hitler commissioned the building of a ballroom in the garden of the Reich Chancellery in Berlin. His first bunker was located beneath it. So it was his pride and joy. And he put his first bunker beneath his little ballroom that he built. And it's funny because this ballroom looks more classy than Donald Trump's ballroom. Donald Trump's ballroom looks even more gaudy and Hitlerian than even Hitler. He's more of a queen than even Hitler, Donald Trump. This looks practically, tasteful compared to Donald Trump's vision. Oh my God. Whoa. Boy, AI getting out of control over here. I get SNAP benefits for ballroom. My God. Poor Melania. Actually, no, not poor Melania. So that's pretty interesting. Once again, it's Hitlerian. Okay, you can say it. Donald Trump isn't Hitler, but he's Hitlerian. There's a lot of connections. Okay, there's a lot of connections. Okay, so I can't show you the picture in this article because the right side of the picture shows people dead in the dirt. But here's the article right here if you want to read it. It's incredibly tragic. This is in Sudan. Al-Bawaba, Sudanese people inside Al-Fashir have been facing acute hunger and starvation after being placed under the control of Rapid Support Forces, also known as RSF, since May 2024. So it's tragic. These people were trying to bring food to starving people. The RSF captured them and executed them on camera. And that's what's in this image above. A video has shocked the internet where RSF fighters were seen shooting to death a group of men for trying to sneak food into the besieged Al-Fashir city. So really horrible stuff. In this clip, a fighter for the RSF is seen speaking to a group of 5 men that is forbidden to take food into Al-Fashir. Then a gunshot is heard and the Sudanese men are seen falling to the ground. So if you've ever seen an execution, seen one, you've seen them all. They drop instantly. After a few seconds, a voice is heard saying, "The person is still alive," and another round of gunfire is heard. So they just finished off him. Terrible stuff. But that's what's happening over there in Sudan. Moving on to the next story. New reporting reveals that Trump administration cuts, this is amazing, Trump administration cut $500 million in deliveries to food banks across the country. Food banks were expecting more than 27 million pounds of chicken, 2 million gallons of milk, 10 million pounds of dried fruit, and 67 million eggs that never arrived and went to waste instead. So the food existed. The food existed. And it went to waste instead. It went to waste instead. Because he's trolling you, strategy. He's trolling you. Don't you know that? I'm about to ban him. He's trolling you. He thinks genocide is funny, and he thinks spreading lies to support genocide, equivocations. I'm actually centrist, but I think there's no other choice but to kill all the Palestinians. There's no other way. I believe in a two-state solution, but Hamas exists, so gotta kill them all. Yep, what can you do? I don't want to kill any of them, but we have no choice. Hamas makes us no choice. Hamas gives us no choice. We're just defending ourselves. Yeah, I've heard them all, buddy. I've heard them all. It'd be really something if you guys would come in with something new. Give me some of that good. Give me something new. Give me a new excuse for why you got to kill them all. But Hamas. But guys, Hamas. So anyway, this is like, wasn't this in the Grapes of Wrath? Like, food was available, but the government, like, locked it in a warehouse and people starved? Right? Give them all measles. Okay, I think you're talking about Gazans. But no, this is wild stuff. So the food existed, but because Donald Trump wants people to starve and suffer because he thinks they're going to blame the Democrats. He wants to make people. You're so disgustingly transparent, Nani. I think you think you're clever, and maybe around dummies you sound clever or whatnot. But you're such a transparent piece of shit. Okay? Didn't you say you were going to leave like 10 minutes ago? Could you please do that? Please? I will just ban you. But you're such a transparent piece of shit. So here we go. Oh, well, I didn't intend that. I don't like to make people like you laugh. Not genuinely, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the brakes on my stream and go ahead and explain things to you. Let me go ahead and get my little explainer here. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit pause on the stream. 1 second here. Bloop. There we go. Guess we'll never know my opinions of Nani. Oh no, there they go. There my opinions of Nani go. Oop, I had a couple extra opinions. Well, I'm filled with opinions today. Whoops. Jesus. Can't shut up. Anyway, everyone say goodbye to Nani. Moving on with our lives. Here's Nick Fuentes, who is, just fresh off an interview with Tucker Carlson. And by the way, TYT tries to give Tucker Carlson credit for pushing back on Nick Fuentes' anti-Semitism lightly, ever so lightly. A little whisper, a little butterfly kiss, basically. And TYT was just immediate. That was the thing that they covered most. So Tucker Carlson slams Nick Fuentes. It was not a slam. It was incredibly not a slam. But anyway, now he's going. Now Nick Fuentes, right? Because I heard from somebody very reliable who's still banned from the stream, but not for very long. I have it marked in my calendar to unban Davey in a couple days. But I've heard from Davey that Nick Fuentes was different. That Nick Fuentes was a different kind of Republican. That, Groyperism was the future of the Republican Party. Well, it turns out neoliberalism is the future of the Republican Party. Fucking the same shit. Empire. Might makes right. Invade whatever country that you want. Right? Invade whatever country, whatever. American exceptionalism, right? It was Nick Fuentes was supposed to be against that, right? That was the idea. Same shit. It's all the same shit. It's all different flavors of fascism, conservatism in the modern era. Maybe at one time there existed a real conservative ideology that respected the rule of law and respected the American Constitution, and respected democracy. Maybe at one time there was a golden age of the Conservative Party, the grand old party. But those days are long, long gone. And all we have left are fascists, the dummies who don't know what they're doing and just vote reflexively Republican because it makes them feel good. And characters like Nick Fuentes, who, are very intentional in what they're doing. The Stephen Millers, the Steve Bannons, very, very intentionally creating a fascist dictatorship with the intention of enslaving a good portion of the American public. You know, they don't need to put a chain on your neck to make you a serf, just make you an economic serf, give you no other choice, right? The only way to sustain any kind of lifestyle is to go along with it. And if you don't, we arrest you. That's what they want to do to us. They want to chip us up, treat us like cattle. I'm not even fucking playing, dog. Okay? The sick shit that they get up to when they start talking to each other. Steve Bannon and Peter Thiel, they start talking. They want to strip leftists of any ability to have an opinion about anything. Okay? So your boy Kyle Kulinski over here covering this shit. True OG. You got to give it credit to Kyle. He's going to go down with this ship. He's never going to capitulate. He's never going to take the money. Okay, they're going to have to Charlie Kirk him if you want to shut up Kyle Kulinski, and I hope that never happens. Because goddamn it, he's a good man. That Kyle Kulinski. But here he goes. He's, covering Nick Fuentes, and then, of course, calling out Nick Fuentes for his hypocrisies, for trying to claim that this is some kind of alternate direction of the Republicans, that we're going to do America first, protectionism, and we're going to, it's all about making America more prosperous. No, it's about invading other countries. It's about extending our empire. It's the same shit, dude. It's like Rush Limbaugh pilled over here.
So as you all know, Nick Fuentes, the white nationalist, he sort of made some waves during the election and immediately after the election because he was basically playing the role, I would describe it as, the Jimmy Dore of the right. And what I mean by that is Jimmy Dore.
So this is a much better explanation than what I was getting, but like it was supposed to be this new direction. That's what some people were telling me. It's supposed to be something new, something, it's against the orthodoxy, right? We're going to do it right this time, guys. Oh, the Nazi stuff. Yeah, whatever. Who cares about that? But this is America first. This is that's literally like what Nick Fuentes calls his fucking organization, America First, right? It's all about America. It's also about invading Latin America. Whoops. Whoopsies. Oh, yeah, now we're doing that, and that's cool, by the way, and that's really good.
Circa 2017, 2018, he would do his show and he would virtue signal as the purest of the pure left-wingers, and he would basically spend all of his time, 24/7, criticizing Democrats.
Yeah, precisely not.
From their left, nominally. But then he basically exclusively criticized Democrats, never criticized Republicans, and then he eventually dropped the act and just became a Republican, right? He just... was saying stuff like Trump is better than Kamala and shit like that. And so basically he was like an op. He was like a right-wing op on the left to sort of divide and conquer the left, and he would spend all of his time shitting.
Unintentionally, by the way. I think Jimmy Dore is being authentic. I don't think there's like some secret plan to, I think Jimmy Dore is just a schizophrenic weirdo.
On Bernie and AOC and pretending like they're the biggest problem in the country and they're the worst politicians, even though they're the fucking best politicians. And Nick Fuentes is sort of doing this right-wing version of that, where he would go around and he would shit on Trump, shit on MAGA, effectively say they're not fascist enough, they're not pure enough. He also would flirt with this idea of third-partyism, like, oh, the Republicans are never going to cut it. We need to, we need a clean break. We got to go in a different direction completely. But what's interesting is, and this seems to happen with the right, certainly more than it does with the left. There's a significant chunk of anti-electoral lefties. On the right, it seems like when push comes to shove, most of them fall in line and end up, supporting the major party that agrees with them more. But here's a great example of, even if you have nominally anti-establishment right-wingers, it always collapses back into just supporting the establishment.
It does.
So here's Nick Fuentes. And remember, he's sort of postured as being anti-war and things of that nature. He's America first.
Pot of hate.
Oh, would you look at that? It didn't take long for him to come out and flat out admit imperialism is good, actually. So let's watch.
We also do want to keep Mexico on our side of the ledger. And we also want to keep, in my opinion, South America on our side of the ledger. What? I think that it would be a good thing if America could take all their oil and natural gas. We need the energy. We want the energy.
So here he is justifying and rationalizing
outrageous
exactly what Trump is doing in Venezuela, by the way, which is trying to steal the oil, do regime change, put in a puppet government, have the Blackwater mercenary war criminal.
And by the way, we're good at this, right? We're the assumption is that we bing bang boom, we could just knock this out, no problem. Our track record shows that. Quagmire after quagmire, spending trillions of dollars. Oh, yeah, we didn't do it right. You got to do it like Israel does it. You just got to go and kill them all, wipe them all out, and then just take it all. You're just not brutal enough. That's the problem. You're not heartless enough when you're going in there and massacring. You got to kill. Yeah, Kyiv in a week. Exactly. But that's what they always say. We didn't go hard enough, right? So now I guess Fuentes now agrees with the assertion that, the reason why we lost Vietnam is that we just didn't go hard enough, didn't kill enough people, didn't drop enough napalm.
Eric Prince occupy the land and steal the oil. Here he's saying, we should do that with Mexico.
Yeah,
we should do that with everybody in South America. We need it.
We're coming up on the end of the fracking boom. We want their oil and natural gas. They're not making enough of it because of the pressure on them.
I'd love to buy it from them.
Strictly speaking, it would be better if there was an American-aligned government there that could optimally and efficiently extract those resources and send them to the United States. It'd be better for our economy.
The word is steal, you fascist. It's steal.
Be better for our technology industry.
Can you find a way to do that doesn't involve using weapons and pointing it in their face? Can you find a way to do that doesn't involve killing hundreds of thousands of people and maiming hundreds of thousands more and displacing hundreds of thousands more?
Yeah, exactly.
Can you find a way to do that involves negotiation and diplomacy and discussion and mutual agreement and sovereignty and independence and respect among neighbors? Nah, do imperialism.
Fuck them
in the
all.
era
Kill
where
them all.
Electricity and energy is a very important commodity for intelligence and for defense, that's a good thing, actually. So I like the idea that Trump brings to the table. When he talks about annexing Canada and Greenland, I'm for that.
I don't got to say dick, bro. I'm going to let him rock out.
When he talks about overturning these regimes in the Western Hemisphere, I'm hesitant to support regime change. I think it has a poor track record, but in principle, I like it. I like the idea of it.
In principle, it's awesome. I mean, fuck right
Pro
off.
regime change, but you guys are just bad at it.
Yeah.
Like, I love the regime change. I love the imperialism.
The fascists are
but you got to not be
how to
incompetent
kill.
goofballs at it. I mean, this is incredible. This is incredible.
I actually don't like these kinds of... I don't like these small-minded arguments where people say, anytime America uses its wealth and power, that's not America first. Well, what exactly is America first? Is the only thing that the military...
Right, and how long before we hear Asmund Gold and all the rest of the fucking... anti-intellectual hangers-on who consider Nick Fuentes an intellectual, repeating these talking points. It's not that big a deal. It's not that big a deal. It's just a military quagmire that'll cost us trillions. Tens of thousands of Americans could die. How many American soldiers died in Iraq and Afghanistan and Vietnam? Jesus Christ. Oh, it's not that big a deal. Not that big a deal.
Can do to patrol the border?
I don't know, maybe wage wars that are defensive in nature, like only attack somebody if there's an imminent...
He's like, if we got a military, we need to use it. What are we just gonna? They're just gonna sit around and pick up trash? Oh, we should be invading countries and using our military. They never fucking learn. They never fucking learn. And we should have, after the Confederacy was destroyed, we should have tried and hung those fucking traitors. Okay, we can't, for the sanctity and of our democracy, we have to start punishing fascistic ideals, authoritarian, tyrannical ideals and ideas legally. There needs to be some classification of sedition, and there needs to be some fucking trials and shit. They're about to do it to us, by the way. They're about to say anything that's a left-wing opinion is sedition, straight up treason, deserving of an execution. And of course, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about, investigations, fees, fines, jail sentences for the most extreme. But look what happens when we let fascism... When we give fascism all the benefits of free speech and all the benefits of the doubt, look what happens. When we give fascism an inch, what does it take? It takes a fucking, takes 10 miles, 100 miles. there has to be for the sanctity and health of a proper democracy, there has to be levers and punishment for fascistic, seditious elements that, even though they are not directly, because like Nick Fuentes has never directly called for the overthrow of the government. I mean, maybe he has, but you know what I mean? Like, they never directly call for the overthrow of the government. So we need a body of citizens to ascertain what is and isn't sedition, what is and isn't fascism, right? It needs to be transparent. It needs to be citizen-led, but we need to have fascist watchdogs or something that protects our democracy and can at least criticize publicly or something the Nick Fuenteses of the world, the Steve Bannons, the Peter Thiels, and the Elon Musks. We simply can't allow these fascistic elements to run rampant through our democracies anymore. We have to do something about it. Welcome back, Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny. Make sure you click and follow on that Lenny, boys.
Threat of attack against us, act as a nation state as we would like an individual in the world, right? Like, why
Fuck North
they
of
never
Boston.
addressed this. The fascists and the imperialists never
Yo,
addressed
I heard North of Boston's
How
a
do we
bunch
have
of
a right
wussies.
to do the shit that we do? Invading and overthrowing countries all willy-nilly, you are then laying the groundwork and the precedent to say, this is the world we live in, these are the ground rules.
Is that good news, strategy member? Could you? That's interesting information. Does that sounds like left-wing elements might have a chance in this election? Is that what you're saying?
They apply to you just like they apply to me. So if some other country decides, hey, we got some guns, we got some power, we got some numbers on our side, we're going to start bullying our smaller neighbor. We're going to start stealing natural resources for ourselves. We're in no position to say, you can't do that, you shouldn't do that, you're not allowed to do that, when that is how we function. When we abide by the law of the jungle, we abide by might makes right. So nobody wants to live in a world. You might think you want to live in a world where might makes right, because right now you happen to be in the more powerful nation. But believe me, you don't want to be in that world, because in the long run, you won't be on the side that has the money, that has the power, that is the global superpower.
Okay.
Right? The overwhelming majority of the globe is under the oppressive boot of the world's leading superpower. And throughout history, it's been like that. There's just been different empires as time has gone by. And sometimes it's...
Kyle is totally spitting. 100% spitting.
You know, whatever. The Malian Empire is the one that's oppressing people. The Spanish Empire, the British, like there's all throughout history, there's different times where empires rise and fall, but it's like people take turns being the oppressive asshole, as opposed to, I don't know, building a world based on mutual cooperation and sovereignty and independence and understanding and negotiation and diplomacy and property rights and equality and justice. They act like it's impossible.
It's Elon,
to wish for a better world.
It's
Elon,
Elon,
like,
baby.
Let's all take turns being fucking marauders.
Roman salute and spit on the poor. That's how we do things in America now, baby.
Raiding rapist pirates from time to time. It's like, what the fuck is this? What is this? It's such a privileged little twerp position to think about it in the belly of the beast, of the world's superpower, to act like, well, I like it when we steal other people's shit and when we kill people and when we do regime change and when we ruin millions of lives on a daily basis. I mean, this is fucking crazy.
Be patrolling the cities and the border and all the other countries can go to hell? And some people might say yes, but I would say no, we want to control our periphery. We want to control a sphere of influence. Is that not what every other country is doing? What is Russia doing? What is China doing?
Yeah. And that's bad. The sphere of influence idea is just an imperialist.
They're also not very good at it, by the way. They haven't been wildly successful in their empire expanding operations. It's cost them dearly. Even China, not so much because they've been more careful. But you know, people in Tibet are still rebelling against China, and any opportunity to get their country back, they're going to take it. So that hasn't been a successful assimilation. Who knows how many decades of occupation it would take Taiwan to be, successfully assimilated, how expensive that would be, right? Instead of cooperation, it's assimilation, and it's the harder way of doing it, much more human suffering, it's expensive, and there's no guarantee it stays that way. Because the moment your empire weakens, these elements, right, as we saw with Russia, the whole Soviet Union breaking up Nobody was truly loyal to Russia. Russia was just, had their thumb over them, lorded over them, conquered them. They were pining and yearning for independence the moment they had an opportunity. So it's the complete ass backwards way to create a solid, strong, global, if you want your country to be strong and unified, people need to go along with this idea. You can use your military to temporarily, control a country. That doesn't mean you truly control it.
Colonialist idea.
Thank you,
It's
Smash.
a relic from a primitive age of like, well, you're in my backyard. What does that even mean? You're in my back. Oh, Venezuela's in our backyard. What does that mean? They're a sovereign fucking country. And Trump is deciding, how about I just fucking bully you and bomb your fishermen, steal your oil, topple your regime, ruin people's lives, take away their livelihoods, make us a fucking global pariah yet again, do the exact same shit to Venezuela that Trump used to rail against when it came to George W. Bush in Iraq. Tell fucking lies just like, oh, Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. No, he didn't. By the same token, Maduro's not going to attack us. There's no fucking narco-terrorist. There's zero fentanyl that comes from Venezuela as they pretend like there's a lot of it.
What is Iran doing? They're securing their sphere of influence. They're securing their periphery.
No, Iran is hanging on for dear life and trying to prevent us from bullying them and toppling them and trying to prevent Israel from bullying them and toppling them. They're trying to control themselves.
Well, I think that's being a little too charitable to Iran, who is definitely getting up to shenanigans, supporting Hamas, Hezbollah. It's fair to say that their strategy of intimidating Israel by using rockets and violence and terrorism has utterly and totally failed. So, if that's them helping, I would ask them to please stop.
Within their own borders. That's what they're doing. That's defensive in nature, not what we're doing. We're on offense, as is Israel, as is every fucking superpower.
They're securing that for the sake of trade routes, supply chains, resources, power projection. If that's such a bad thing for America, why is every other country engaging in that in some form?
Oh my God. So they all are disgusting, violent criminals, so we should be too.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, that's not even true. We are by far and away the biggest, most egregious criminal.
Yeah.
This isolationism is good enough for us, but it's not good enough for Russia. It's not good enough for China. I don't believe that we should abandon our imperial ambitions. I just think we should be more honest about them, and I think we should be more strategic about them. I think we should diminish some of our...
Just mask off. Let's just take their stuff, take their country. Right. And this is going to be... Right. This is what happens if we acquiesce. This is where it's going to go.
Commitments on the far reaches of the empire, and I think we should shore up the interests that are closer to us, and that would be the Caribbean, that would be the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, so all the Groypers, all the America First young people should realize he is not against you actually dying in a foreign conflict. He's not. He just wants that foreign conflict to be a little less foreign, to be a little closer to home. It was all fucking grifting, right? It's all grifting. It's all posturing. It was all, as MAGA. Anytime anybody in MAGA or close to MAGA, an ally of MAGA, pretends like they're anti.
All right, couple more minutes of this. We're going to move on to the next one. But yeah, I'll give you the link for the rest of it. Make sure you're checking out Kyle Kulinski. He's one of the few voices that actually has enough sack to actually call this stuff out, because I'm not seeing a lot of, like I said, it's very confusing. TYT is definitely against Nick Fuentes, but they show that pushback against Nick Fuentes by giving praise to Tucker Carlson. And it's like, man, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And you're not going to get that kind of shit from Kyle. So make sure you're liking and subscribing, folks. He's really great.
War. Every single one of them is completely and utterly full of shit. Right-wing politics always somehow collapses back into interventionism, neoconservatism.
And he's right.
Right? Imperialism,
He's
colonialism.
right.
It all ends up there.
He's not right 100%, right? I definitely have some disagreements with him on stuff. Like, he thinks Jon Stewart should run for president. Like, okay, I mean, I guess that's not the worst candidate, but whatever. But in whole, Kyle Kulinski is on point.
And again, this is not me necessarily saying, I don't love that we're getting into a war with Venezuela. I don't love the bailout. But I am saying that to dismiss that automatically and say that, that's not America first, I think we need to start to think a little bit beyond that kind of small-minded version of America First, because
so now if you're America First and you're against the $40 billion bailout of Argentina and you're against the illegal war against Venezuela, you're not really America First. You're like small-minded America
Empire
First. You haven't thought this out like a serious person like Nick Fuentes did.
To tell you the truth, Americans do benefit, actually, from being the foremost superpower in the world. We benefit from primacy.
How do we benefit from the war in Iraq? How do we benefit from the war in Afghanistan? How do we benefit from spending, what, $7 trillion when all is said?
Son of a fucking bitch, I was muted. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm so dumb. Might have something to do with the Mary. Which is, I'm smoking up the rest of it. I'm dreading this. I'm gonna, oh God. Okay, we're not gonna talk about it, but soon I will be sober and you will see what that looks like, and it's no fun for anybody. Anyway, what I was saying is that he's using the word primacy, which is exactly what Stephen Miller was. I think that's the word he was using. When he pretended he had that microphone failure. And he just stood there like a deer in headlights. He started talking about it. Then his handlers told him, shut the hell up. And we hear Nick Fuentes just like a week later now using that word in full defense of American empire. Don't be surprised to see Nick Fuentes take a government position very soon. Like this, this kind of almost seems like like an interview, like a job interview kind of video, quite frankly, because here he is basically saying, I'm for the MAGA empire, put me in, coach, put me in, Steven. That's what this kind of feels like, quite frankly.
Done on our wars in the Middle East, displacing millions of people, killing hundreds of thousands of innocents, having thousands of our own people die. How do we benefit from any of that? We actually didn't. It is possible. If you want to have influence, if you want to have sway.
Hey, well, my daddy was working for Halliburton during Iraq, Afghanistan, and he bought me a new bike and a Nintendo, and the Christmas time, he was always there for me. I mean, he wasn't there most of the time, but he did get me good Christmas presents, buddy.
There are other ways to do it that don't involve walking up somebody and punching them in the face and breaking their fucking jaw. It's like, what it reminds me of? When Elon, what did he say? I think it was in regards to Bolivia. It was in reference to Bolivia. He replied to somebody on Twitter and said, we'll coup whoever we want.
Yeah.
Because somebody said something about how Bolivia has a bunch of lithium, right? And he goes, we'll coup whoever we want. Deal with it. And it's like, there's another way you could do that. There's another way.
By the way, Donald Trump, even before his presidency, was his big criticism of the Iraq-Afghanistan war was that we didn't take the oil. We spent all that money. We didn't get anything out of it, which is, it makes sense from a tyrant's point of view.
Just go to the government of Bolivia and say, hey, let's work out a fucking licensing deal and an extraction deal where you get X percentage and we get X percentage and you can export the lithium. Like, they'd be more than happy
he was never a Democrat,
to have some sort of a fucking just regular ass business deal where, you divvied up their percentages involved and everybody's happy at the end of it. But no, he'd rather take the fucking, big swinging dick, macho man, bullshit, U.S. imperialist notion of how about I just kill you and steal your shit? It's like, okay, but then don't pretend like you're any different from fucking Nazis or you're any different from fucking serial killers or you're any different from the most atrocious regimes of all time. No, you're
true.
Basically fucking Genghis Khan and Attila.
No, that's exactly. No, that's what they might makes right. And it never works out. Ask every empire ever, right? We were supposed to be doing things differently. And it was supposed to be a democratic experiment. This way of thinking actually is the way to empire ruin, to the ruin of the empire. What Nick Fuentes is talking about, and really, honestly, it kind of, like I said, it kind of looks like he's trying to get a job. I think he's trying to get on the right side of this fascist movement, because he wants to send people to the camps.
The Hun. Just with some warmed over bullshit talking points that you lie to yourself and pretend like you're holier than thou.
Yeah.
It's good for America to have as much power as possible. I don't know about you guys.
Wrong.
Maybe this is just my personal philosophy.
It is.
And my political philosophy. I think that it's good for America to have as much power as possible. Because the more power that we have, the more that we can use it to secure our interests, which is our own safety, our own prosperity.
Right. Like it even needs to be said, though, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's true. It's always been true. It's not just a cliche. It's very, very true. Ask Jeff Bezos. Okay. Ask Jeff Bezos' employees how power changes a man.
I love this. He defines power, the more power we have, he defines power as wars in Central America and South America to illegally topple their democratically elected governments, put in puppet regimes, and steal their natural resources. That's what he defines as power. Let me ask you a question. Do you think in the long run that leads to them being friendly with us or more antagonistic towards us? Now, of course, they're going to fucking run into the loving arms of China and want to make deals with China and not us.
Which is exactly what Canada is doing. Massive influx of Chinese goods coming very soon. There was already a pretty good relationship, but things are accelerating big time.
If that's how we treat them. I mean, this is also fucking dense. It's also fucking, like, the whole thing is just so fucking entitled. It's dripping with entitlement and privilege. Like, yeah, we get to fucking murder you. We get to steal your shit, and you get to shut the fuck up and take it.
Yeah.
And it's like, if those...
All right, so he just goes into it. Tyrants are bad. Fascists are bad. Their ideology will lead us to ruin. It is the destruction of America if we acquiesce to this. It is the destruction of the Constitution. They don't believe in it. They're antithetical. Their beliefs are antithetical to the Constitution and the ideal, that the path that the founding fathers set out. We all know that. We all know that is the enemy. Okay, and Nick Fuentes is motivated. Steve Bannon is motivated. Stephen Miller is motivated. They are in there. They are making changes, doing whatever they can from whatever perch of power that they have to push fascism over the line. We need to do the same to defeat it. The longer we wait to act, the more powerful and more difficult it becomes to defeat this fascist movement, which is why we need to act immediately. And of course, everyone in the chat, I'm sure, agrees with that. But I'm sure we have people in our periphery, our family, our friends, that maybe aren't taking this as seriously as they should. And unfortunately, now is the time to have those awkward conversations. They're going to call you a kook. They're going to say, oh, I don't want politics. But they need to hear it. You know, you can at least let them hear it once. Hey, you're in danger. There's a real fascist dictatorship. Yeah, he's coming after our freedoms and liberties. Yes, that will absolutely affect us. Not just the economy. Not just brown people. I love it when Fox News does this. So moving on, we got a template. We got a template story here. Where's my template? Where's my template? God damn it. There it is. There's my template. We got a template story. Of course, I call Zoran Mamdani # the template, because he's the template for democratic socialists across the world to follow if we want to win elections, if we want to win politics, if we want to destroy fascism. It's the Zoran Mamdani model. Patriotism, academics, you got to be on point. You got to be knowing what you're talking about. You got to be knowing what you believe in. And balls. You got to be going for the jugular. Mamdani not afraid to point out that Kumo is a sex pest. Not afraid to point out that he takes money from all these elements. That's how you win. The Mamdani model. Yeah, me too, not. But anyway, I love it when Fox News tries to smear socialists. And they do this inadvertently. No cost childcare. Moron Mamdani wants to send you a free baby basket when you have a baby. Zoran Mamdani wants to increase your meager wages so that you can afford to live in the city that you work in. My God. Oh, it's terrible. It's like, they usually, when they flash the stuff on screen, it's for like a microsecond. You know, oh, technically we report it honestly. Right. They don't leave this up on the screen for too long. We'll just say that. NYC it's the most expensive city. It's even more expensive than San Francisco, which is like just bananas town in San Francisco. So I couldn't imagine in New York. So here we go. I think I already mentioned this. One could also translate it into abandoned nihilism. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah. That's what we got to do. We got to throw that shit away. So I think I already mentioned this. I clicked on a random thing and we watched this a little bit, but here's Donald Trump saying, I'm going to send more than the National Guard. I'm going to send the Navy. I'm going to send the Marines. I'm going to send them all. And to him, I say, just do it, bitch. Go ahead, do it, bitch. Send them. Send them in. And make sure you tell them to kill Americans, too. Do it. It would activate tens of millions of Americans against his fascist dictatorship. It would fast-track democratic socialism if he tried this shit. If he made it utterly and abundantly clear that he hates America and Americans. It would also, if we were to succeed in pushing back against this attempt, it would also precipitate, hopefully, the reform of these institutions, which desperately need it. Right? If they're so easily turned into tools for fascism, they need a roto-rooter taken to their goddamn hierarchies. Right? Didn't you guys take an oath to the Constitution? How come you didn't stand up for your oath? Well, the president was mean to us. The president said mean things. He sicked Pete Hegseth after us. Pete Hegseth was a meanie. So I just had to go along with a fascist dictatorship instead of following my oath. Not good enough, buddy. How about some jail time? How about some jail time for attempted treason? Allowing, I'm talking about the head of the Navy, the head of the Marines, head of the fucking Air Force. How about letting a fascist dictatorship use your, go against your oath? We have a fucking insurrection happening. Aren't you supposed to do something about it? Well, but he was mean to me, and Pete Hegseth, Wade said I was fat. So I don't even know what to say about this. I'm just going to watch this. This is a clip from social media. This is a high school homecoming, looks like, doing something called the Mannequin Challenge. Has anyone heard of this? The Mannequin Challenge, huh? Look familiar? Okay, I get what they're doing. Well, they're kind of doing it too, aren't they? Am I missing something? The fuck is this eerie ass fucking shit that I'm looking at? Spooky ass. Look, these white people do not represent me. B-Ree, if you're busy, I don't know if you're still watching, but these white people do not represent me. What's my opinion on Pete Buttigieg? Here's my entire opinion on Pete Buttigieg. Hold on. There we go. That's my entire opinion on Pete Buttigieg. Thank you so much for the question. I swear to God, B-Ree, I swear to God, these people, I would look around and be like, hey, does anyone got a problem with this? Hey, we're Sieg Heiling. Literally, the entire crowd is Sieg Heiling. Anybody got a problem with this? No? Okay. Oh, I'm the buzzkill. Okay. I'm not going to do this with my arm, guys. Mannequin challenge, huh? Do you buy this? B-Ree, is this a mannequin challenge? Have you heard of this? Are you on social media? Have you seen this? Mannequin challenge, huh? Looks like a bunch of motherfuckers Sieg Heiling. I've heard of the mannequin challenge, but not with this salute. Okay, hold on. This is supposed to be a mainstream thing. What am I? I'm just being a liberal. I'm just being triggered, right? This is a mainstream thing. Okay. whatever. We all do it, right? Just like it was like planking. It's like doing the hustle, the thing, that Boston hustle. What was it called? You know the thing? So we're just going to type mannequin challenge into Google. Okay. And we're just going to look at some images. And what I'm expecting to see is a bunch of people doing a Hitler salute, right? Basically, because that's just normal stuff. So how many Hitler salutes do we see here? Okay. Oh, well, we got some kids doing a Hitler salute. Oh, we got some Hitler kids. Hold on. Yep. Here we go. Hitler kids. Okay, so they're doing mannequin challenge yoga style. Here we go. Look at that. Look. Hitler Youth. Look at that. Look at that kid. Wonder who he voted for. Look, I wonder who he voted for, huh? Okay, so I'm really not seeing a lot of Hitler salutes here. Am I crazy? Okay. All right, we're still looking for the Hitler salutes, folks. We're going to find a bunch of them because this is a very common thing that you do for the mannequin challenge is, you know, an entire crowd. It's so common an entire crowd would do it in unison. Right? Okay, here we go. Hitler Youth. Here we go. More Hitler Youth. What do we got? Okay, where are the Sieg Heils? We're going to see a lot of Sieg Heils here. I'm not seeing a single Sieg Heil. Okay, these guys just look like idiots. This is just planking for Zoomers. Zoomers are planking now? You guys discovered planking, huh? This is adorable. Okay, we're still looking. Wow, this is sexual. We're looking for Sieg Heils. Where's the Sieg Heils? I'm not seeing. I don't think I've seen a legit. Well, okay. I don't even a mannequin challenge. What the hell is this? Don't put this on the internet. No one wants to see this. Why are you? This is too personal. Okay, but that's not a Sieg Heil. Okay, this guy says that's a slam dunk. That's not a Sieg Heil. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. Proof. Look, there's a Sieg Heil. We got one. Boom, proof. Okay. Okay, so it's fair to say now that we have collected enough data, right, to see, okay, so it's a very common thing. We've seen one example of what could be misconstrued as a Sieg Heil. Okay, so that tells me that is a very common thing. It's in fact so common, an entire crowd would do it in unison. It's such a common thing to do for the mannequin challenge. Every single member of the crowd, except for this guy who's like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this Nazi shit happening in the crowd right now? Sorry, guys, I'm not buying it. This is some Nazi shit. And yes, people, you're going to show it's illegal in Germany to do this shit. Any Germans in the... Do we still have any Germans in the fucking chat? What would the German police say about this shit? Huh? No, it's the mannequin challenge. It's a Roman... And if it isn't the mannequin challenge, it's a Roman salute, which doesn't exist either. Literally, the Romans didn't do this. It's just literally fabricated. They never did anything even remotely looking like a fucking fascist salute. Yeah, pretty diverse crowd. Okay, all right. My money is on them pointing at the scoreboard, but yeah, probably somebody should have realized how that looked. Oh, they're pointing at the scoreboard. Okay, no, hold on. I'm glad I read that comment. Yes, these are fingers. Okay, they're not doing this. This is important. Okay, because look, Elon, look, we need a good example of what a proper Sieg Heil looks like, okay? Let's get your boy Elon. He's got this down pat. He practiced this in the mirror. Okay, look, proper Sieg Heil has your hands open, you know, zapazoo, right? Zapazoo. These guys are pointing. I can confirm that. Okay. All right. Okay. No. I was about to conclude that these people were 100% they knew 100% what they were doing. No. This is just really stupid white people. Okay. It's just completely, wildly oblivious dumbasses. Okay. Yeah, that's what this is. They're all pointing at the scoreboard. It's arrogant. It's cringe. It is not fascistic. Okay, thank God. All right, we're not there yet. It's not man in the high castle quite yet, okay? We're not man in the high castle quite yet. Okay. All right, thank God. All right, put your pitchforks away. All right, put them away, lefties. Stop with the cancel culture. Stop with your canceling. Stop with your doxing. I know all you were doxing everyone in that crowd. They were pointing at the scoreboard. I saw it. I looked very closely. I didn't see that before. From the low resolution and from the back there, it looked like this. But when you look closely, they are pointing, which is a big fucking difference. Okay, moving on. I was about to send a sternly worded letter, but now I won't. Good. More time for me. More me time. I'm going to drink a cocoa instead. So this guy, he's always got the good tweets. I like this guy. Big Dunk, Blue Sky. He goes, quite simply, wake up, Americans. Trump's ultimate goal is martial law and a permanent police state. If he has to starve millions to achieve the chaos and fear necessary for that to happen, he will. And it really does seem like that's the case. He thinks he's going to let people starve. He knows SNAP benefits are going to go. There's a redundancy to actually keep SNAP benefits paid. He's chosen not to do that. He's pretending like he can't. He wants people to starve, and he thinks he has successfully convinced people that it's the Democrats' fault. He has not. And he's going to commit all kinds of pain and suffering to the most vulnerable Americans. Most of whom are actually working, by the way. You're seeing a lot of right-wing grifters saying, I can't believe 40 million leeches on the, most of them are actually working for like Walmart and, and other corporations that are underpaying their employees so that they qualify for food stamps. Walmart will literally train their employees on how to sign up for SNAP benefits, and they treat it like it's a Walmart benefit program. Just to give you an idea of how badly he's fucking this up. But hey, no one could have predicted that, so. Okay, so I cannot show you this video of Russian invaders getting their guts blown out. But you can see it here if you want to watch it. It's Digital Flatulence, which has been putting out a lot of war footage lately. But I just wanted to make one comment pertaining to the training of the Russian soldiers. They seem to have just completely no uniform training when it comes to like how to deal with drones. They most of the time, they like a lot of these videos, they're just like no protocol whatsoever. Like, you can't give these guys a shotgun. You're gonna have them run across a field, but you're not even gonna give them like a sawed-off shotgun with some bird shot. There's a good chance with a sawed-off shotgun and some bird shot, you could nail a drone that's coming at you. Something, give you something to defend yourself with. Nothing. How many Russians has this military sent to their doom with no training, no countermeasures? And for Ukraine, it's just boom, 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 one after the other. One after the boom, boom. It's unbelievable. It's like, it's merciless every single day. And the Russian people just snoozing, just totally fucking snoozing. While Putin does this to their people. It's nuts. It's violent and brutal. And these poor suckers who are thinking that they're going to get a paycheck, thinking they're going to live, given zero training, and just like curling up on the ground. A legit just mercenaries made up of former inmates. They're lucky if they ever see a drone in person before the battlefield. They've ever been locked up long enough. Yeah, I mean, it's. Look, of course, like I have no, of course, free Ukraine, and Russia should be pushed back, kicked out of Crimea, let alone the Donbass. I'll never not be horrified by the way that the Russian military treats its soldiers. It's unbelievable how they treat people, and they get away with it. So, this little cartoon here perfectly describes, how the left, who is aware of Israel, who's like, who's done any research on Israel whatsoever. And of course, we got the grifters and the opportunists over here who give Elon Musk money, calling it anti-Semitism, to point out that Israel literally never keeps any of its agreements. But Haaretz over here reporting Israeli settlers and soldiers attacked Palestinian olive harvesters in hundreds of incidents across the West Bank over the past 2 weeks. I think before I left for Halloween, I was able to show at least one incident, but it's happening all over. Settlers working basically hand in hand with the IDF in some cases. It's been caught on tape hundreds of times, but it's really more blatant than I've ever seen before. Just straight up cooperation. IDF protecting the settlers who then dismantle Palestinian homes in the West Bank. They don't even have Hamas to defend it, and they're just going to go for it anyway. And Palestinian, the Palestinian Authority, by the way, feckless, worthless. It's not, it's difficult. The politics is difficult. I'm not going to deny that. They have like an impossible job, the Palestinian Authority, but I don't know. Maybe they're doing everything and it's being successfully, suppressed. Maybe the Palestinian Authority is going above and beyond to try to warn people about what's happening, and they're being incredibly suppressed, and that's a successful campaign. Maybe, from my opinion, from what I can see, and maybe it's misinformed, they seem completely incompetent and corrupt, and incapable of doing anything about what Israel is doing. But what can they do? If the Palestinian Authority were to respond militarily to Israel's, annexing of the West Bank, Israel would immediately say that they're terrorists, and immediately, they're just like Hamas, right? It would be like they have the speech ready. I bet they already have it written, about, okay, now we consider the Palestinian Authority just like Hamas, and now we're going to treat them as such. Right. So I don't know. I don't know what the Palestinian Authority could possibly fucking do. All right, moving on. This is a funny thing. We're going to do 2 more things and then I got to go. But Lindsey Graham over here whispers something into his phone, and then Siri at full volume. No problem, Beery. Thank you once again for coming in. I'll be leaving here in a sec. But no, this is hilarious. So Lindsey Graham over here whispers something into his phone, and then Siri at full volume goes, calling Sean Hannity. It is like an episode of Veep. It's a comedy, but that's fascism. It's ludicrous. It's absurd. That's fascism, right? What else could you call the fascists with their cute little outfits and their little skulls on their hats? And all their paintings and their artwork and their statues and their buildings, right? What else would you call it but absurd, ridiculous, stupid, up their own ass? And that's who these dickheads are, these right-wing Republicans. They're absurd. They're fucking absurd. So here we have the Secretary of War basically saying, killing more innocent people. I think they killed 14 people yesterday or today, but fully justifying it. They're all drug dealers. There's a very good chance that they're like almost literally all fishermen and the like. It's very possible that none of the people that have been murdered by Trump and Pete have been drug smugglers. Right, but here he is. He's like justified. We can do this. We can kill people. Blah, blah, blah. We did it before. We'll do it again. 4 vessels. Oh, they did? The Baltimore police respond. Oh, thank you so much, strategy member, for following up on this. Okay, all right. Okay, this is the bare minimum. That's the bare basement minimum over here. Guy was a psychopath. What we've seen in the video is not only disturbing but alarming. Okay, excellent, said police commissioner. I mean, there's no other way. He tried to run that person down. He tried to murder that person with his vehicle. This is not how we expect our officers to behave, and this incident is not okay. So, I mean, obviously, slap on the wrist. Does he get a paid vacation? Is this motherfucker going to get a paid vacation? Because he needs to be fired. Okay, that is not a whoopsie. That is not a whoopsie. And that is not okay. There's a difference between like, oh, whoops, I tased the guy when maybe I shouldn't have tased the guy. Maybe that went too far, right? This is like, I tried to murder somebody with my vehicle. Thump, thump, thump. I mean, that's what he wanted. And then he crashes his car like a crackhead and jumps out of it trying to chase somebody, fails immediately, and then starts walking back to the vehicle that he just smashed. He needs to be fired, without a doubt. And hopefully that's what this investigative body decides, that this person needs to not have a job anymore. Oh yeah, we're still looking for that swastika. Come on, guys. Here we go. There's one. Swastika right there. Oh no, that's just him relaxing. Okay. Oh wait, here we go. Swastika's confirmed. Boom. Got him. So that's common thing. Swastika mannequin challenge. Oh wait, we proved that they were just pointing their fingers. Okay, wait a minute. Move on. That was fun though. I had fun doing that. That was so much fun. Calling a bunch of dumbasses Nazis. They don't even see it. Thank goodness for that top comment. See, Reddit is a legitimate source of news, folks. Anyway, they're murdering these people. This is extrajudicial killing. Like I said, there's a good chance that a grand majority of these people are totally innocent. This is a sloppy pretext for an invasion of another country. This isn't even like, I thought the Gulf of Tonkin was kind of a half-assed way to start a war. I thought 9/11 was a fucking false flag. That's kind of obvious. But this is just sloppy ass work. They're just murdering a bunch of people, and now we're going to invade a country because they murdered a bunch. It's like nobody is convinced that this is necessary or that this is a threat. Nobody is convinced, and that's what they're trying to say. Like, oh look, it's so bad we have to just fucking murder these people immediately. And they're just constant. Look at how many people we have to murder because every single day another boatload filled with fentanyl. With pictures of baby American children on them. Yeah, I mean, it might be Vietnam all over again, but I mean, it's like even, Vietnam, they did a really good job of scaring people about communism, like it's the Red Scare. It's, if we don't do something about these commies over there in Vietnam, this is justified. It's a threat to American way of life. Without any terrorist attacks, by the way, with like very spurious, a very small amount of evidence that there's any communist elements that want to hurt anybody in the United States, right? But they had people absolutely whipped up in a goddamn, they were terrified of communists. But this, you know what I mean? This, they're trying to speed run this shit. It took years and years to make people that afraid of communism in America, right? It took years to do that, to whip up that kind of fury. This is like they're trying to speed run it. And I mean, I'm not going to say good luck to him, but because people are going to die. But hopefully, it's like a Bay of Pigs situation where the whole thing, like it's just a disaster from beginning to end. But I don't know. And the last little bit of news, thank you, by the way, for everybody for sticking around for this whole stream. I do appreciate it. But the last little bit here from the person who takes Democratic money from like the DNC or something and stays quiet about Gaza, BTC, does a tweet here, but he points out some news. Trump just banned states from being able to wipe medical debt from Americans' credit reports. So how about that? If you don't know what that means... So say you have a medical issue, like it happens to everybody, and maybe you have a family member that had a medical issue, and you have to take in a lot of medical debt to help you with that medical issue, right? Cancer, whatever it is. It's expensive. So you've accrued a lot of medical debt. Well, Joe Biden, this is one of the good things that Joe Biden did. And let's not get it twisted. He's a better president than Donald Trump was in his first term, and of course a better president than Donald Trump is now, even though I hate his guts. And this is one of the good things that he did. Joe Biden made it so that incredibly high medical, he gave you a little break on the medical debt, maybe if you qualified, if you means tested into this like small bracket of people, but he wasn't gonna help you with the medical debt, but he was gonna say that your medical debt doesn't count towards your credit report, so it doesn't ruin your credit. So, because that's what happens, and that's what Donald Trump just reversed. So you break a leg, you get cancer, you go way up into medical debt. Not only is your life fucked, but your credit is now fucked. So now you can't get a house loan. Now you can't, whatever you were going to, fuck them kids. You want to, whatever it is you need credit for, and there's a million things you need credit for, right? So you're double fucked. And Joe Biden was like, well, that's not fair. I mean, I'm not going to let you do it. You're going to pay every cent to that multi-billion-dollar private health insurance company. You're going to pay every cent. That's what Joe Biden said, right? But he was like, but the double whammy of it also ruining your credit report so that you're financially screwed. Oh, that's too much, because we want people to go into debt. We want people to spend more money, right? But anyway, it was like, yeah, that just makes sense, right? Like my life shouldn't be double fucked if I get hit by a bus, But that's the reality in America, and of course, Donald Trump, the fucking supervillain. It's like, moo, I want to do some evil today. Minions, give me something to sign. I want to be an asshole to millions of Americans. Oh, sir, well, here's some legislation that'll make millions of Americans who are, who have cancer and all kinds of health issues, it's going to ruin their credit report. That'll make their lives even harder. Wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to sign this post haste. Oh, was it a Biden thing too? Oh, great. Fuck you, America.
Bitch. The Chinese virus. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Obama. 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 Obama.
So thank you, Donald Trump, for making our lives even harder. That's great. I have a disabled son. I might have to deal with going into medical debt to make sure that he has everything that he needs to have a fulfilling life, etc., etc. So this is great. I can't wait for my credit report to be completely decimated because I had the audacity to make sure that my son is well taken care of. Sounds like a sci-fi Starship alarm.
Obama.
That is funny. That's actually legitimate. You guys are funny. Did I ever tell you that I have the best chat in the whole fucking world? How about
bing, bing, bong, bong,
whoop, wrong button. How about we give props to the chat today, huh? Regulators in this motherfucker. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming back right away after that short hiatus, that 6-day hiatus, while I celebrated Halloween. It's one of my favorite holidays. Love me some Halloween. But no, thank you very much to everybody in the chat. I do appreciate it. Very smart comments. Camel Tony. A lot of smart comments from Camel Tony, and let me tell you. But no, big props to Lenny, Camel Tony, Bound, Seneca Athena, Woke Patriot. Thank you again, Woke Patriot, for all those links in the chat. Same to you, Strategy member. Thank you for participating in the chat. Oh, I'm sorry, in the Discord. I meant in the Discord. Big props to Simply Steve, here from the very beginning. Thank you, Simply Steve. Any lurkers out there? Your girl, B-Ree, who had to go. Thank you, B-Ree, for coming in, giving me that view. But big props to all you lurkers. Thank you to the lurkers. Nid Knack. Thank you, Nid Knack, for coming in at the end there. Bound TRS. OG's in the chat. It's always good to see all of you. Sen10, you seemed all right. Thank you for coming in. The Salazam coming back for more. Love to see it. Thank you. Big props to you. Yes, of course, Strategy member. Thank you. And thank you for those updates on the election in the Netherlands. I'm a jackass. But no, thank you for those updates. That was it's very interesting. Hopefully the Democrats win. It sounds like there might be a chance. Markov Ramis, thank you for stopping in. Basically brown, baby brown shirts. Exactly. No, we had fun with that one. That was fun. Thank goodness we realized that they were pointing, because that shit was sus as hell. That was right out of Man Out of the High Castle. Have you ever seen that Amazon show? Not, thank you, Not, for coming in. New viewer, participated the whole stream. Thank you, Not. Appreciate you coming in. Big props to you. Gaius Flavius Joseph, thank you for stopping in. Very much appreciated. Big props to you. Smash, thank you, Smash. Always good to see you. Thank you for coming in. Lenny, hashtag more Lenny. Do I even need to say it? Banker, thank you all the way from Germany. Banker, thank you, Banker. Big props to you. Your Tubing came in early. Thank you, Your Tubing, sticking around as long as you can. Anybody that I missed, so sorry about that, but thank you for coming in. Folks, why are we here? What do we do about all this craziness? What do we do? Oh, it's so crazy, right? There's no solution. Surely there's not an easy 3-step solution that could fix all these problems. Whoa, hold on. I actually have one. It's called nonviolent direct political action. It's the only thing that's ever worked to fight against fascism, empire, tyranny. And it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Listen to this. Step 1, we inform ourselves. It's what we do today. It's a lot of fun. Step 2, we sign up and show up. Protests, activist movements. We use that Google. There's a big list of protests. It's called the BLOP. We go to the BLOP. Big list of protests. Google it. We figure out what we believe in with step 1, and then step 2, we sign up to organizations and activists who are doing the work on the ground, and we join them. We get behind them. You know, well, I'm not Batman. I can't do it all. I can't do it all. I'm not asking you to do it all. I'm just asking for you to join us. Come off the wall. Come off the wall. Join us. Step 3, we got to put in the work. Activism needs to be treated like a lifestyle. That's how the fascists are winning. They take this very seriously. Every night, I mean, they're eating that fascism for breakfast. Okay, and they're dreaming about fascism at night. They are dedicated to their movement to create radical fascist change in America. We have to be just as dedicated to democratic socialism in my eye, but leftism in general. We have to be dedicated to what we believe in. Ruthless, shameless, if we want to win. Anything less, the fascists win. Because they're showing up, okay? They're putting in the work. They're donating, right? They're putting in the work, and we have to beat them. We are in the Soylent Green future. Anyway, folks, peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. We're going to free some Palestine. Maybe we can free some Tibet as well. Take care of yourself. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. This has been the News Underground. DJ Echo is a fan. Big props to Seneca. Thank you, Seneca. We'll take you. Salazar.
Jack move, take 40,000 and a key from a nigga spoon. Me and my boy named Reggie, we had a jack move, take 40,000 and a key from a nigga spoon. Me and my boy named Reggie, we had a jack move, take 40,000 and a key from a nigga spoon. Let's go the apartment now, it's time to job done. I got the 9 and Reggie, shot